Hello. On behalf of the Public Theater and Public Forum, welcome to Creative Activism, a day of art, ideas, and action. My name is Brian Joseph Lee. I am the Director of Public Forum, and I'm thrilled to be your guide today. For Creative Activism, we have curated a series of workshops, conversations, panel discussions, and interviews, all designed to help you find creative solutions to the problems in your world. Now, before we go any further, I want to acknowledge the ground on which the Public Theater stands, and the grounds that I'm calling in from today, the unceded territory of the Lenape people, and what is now known as Manhattan. We acknowledge the original caretakers of this land and honor ancestors past, present, and emerging. If you're curious about the native lands on which you stand, you can visit native-lands.ca to learn more. Grounding is so important. So let's take a moment to ground ourselves today. Today is Wednesday, September 23rd. The year is 2020. We are less than 6 weeks away from the 2020 presidential elections. Yesterday, the official US death toll from COVID-19 surpassed 200,000. We've lost family members, heroes, leaders, icons. And all of this on the backdrop of national uprisings against racial injustice and a movement that advocates for the sanctity of Black life. And all of that as we are 6 weeks away from the most polarized and contentious presidential elections in modern American history. It's a lot. In listening to you, our community, the one question we heard echoed again and again is, what can we do? Well, here at the Public Theater, we believe in a theater made of, by, and for all people. Within that mission statement is the broadest invitation possible to welcome, include, engage, and uplift the voices of our city, our community, our nation, and our world. So today we're going to take our lead from the Black, Indigenous, people of color, queer, trans, and disabled voices who have been organizing in the face of injustice for quite some time. Creative activism isn't about total agreement. We don't have to look the same, identify the same way, or even have the same tactics when it comes to change making. But we can move in alignment and work across difference to build change. We can reduce harm and protect those most vulnerable among us. We can educate ourselves and learn from our ancestors and elders whose struggles have paved the way for us to be present today. We can link arms with our siblings across the country and galvanize ourselves for the road ahead, because none of us knows exactly where this road will end, but I can tell you that the only way we're going to get there is together. Today, you will hear how to define your political home outside of the cycle of electoral politics by listening to a trio of Black, queer, feminists, artists, and activists. We will hear from organizations like Four Freedoms, an artist collective that is building a political movement based in creativity, protest, and direct action. We'll speak to experts from the Brennan Center for Justice who will cut through the disinformation and lies that may impact the 2020 election. And we'll have time to sit down with some of the most groundbreaking artists of our generation. We hope that creative activism lends you the inspiration, tools, and resources you need to make change in your world. So with that, I'm excited to start our first session, Finding Our Political Home, with Erika Dickerson-Despenza and Cara Page. But first, an invocation on today's work by artist, activist, and organizer, Lady Dane Figueroa Edidi.
Thank you so much, sibling. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Lady Dane Figueroa Edidi. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm calling from what is known as DC, but we understand that it is the land of the Piscataway peoples. I want to thank the indigenous spirits of this land. An invocation. Thank you, ancestors, for leading us. Thank you for being a part of this important work we have been called upon to do. Thank you. An invocation is a call to action. An invocation is an act of acknowledging, an act of calling, an act of relationship, an act of something deep, old, ancient, remembered, and recalled. Here in this place of sun and theater, of holy ground and mystic walks, of imagination and make-believe come to reality, we know upon the things with which we call. We call upon the things that we know are sacredly in right relationship with us. These are things that can't be found in performative allyship. These are things that can't be brought or sold. These are things that shackle cannot bind and whip cannot bleed. And the sacredness of our lineage are the tools our ancestors placed there, are the stories and truths of our power and magic and mystery and holiness. And the sacredness of our Blackness are the hymns that moved heavens to dance and the shouts that forced mountains to land at our feet. We, my people, are the dreams of our ancestors come to life, are the knowing of a joy imagined and a rage that can burn down oppressive structures. We, my people, are an earthly manifestation of God. And I cry freedom. And I cry liberation and power. Acknowledge your power. Acknowledge our power. Power. Black liberation, Indigenous liberation, trans liberation, true liberation, our liberation, real liberation, sacred liberation, the holiest of holies, liberation, holy. Liberation that destroys oppressive forces. Liberation that calls forth Black joy into being. Liberation that goes beyond the wildest imaginations. Liberation that we have always known was possible. Power. That is what we invoke now. Here and tomorrow. Black liberation, Indigenous liberation, trans liberation, my liberation, your liberation, our liberation. So that we can all finally know the joy of what it means to breathe without fear, without abuse, without impunity, without violence, without terror, without shame, so that we can thrive, not simply survive, so that we can live. Liberation, we call to you. Black liberation, we call to you. Indigenous liberation, we call to you. Trans liberation, we call to you, to this land, to these waters, to these places, to these buildings, to these things, to this world, to these relationships. The Spirit asks, what will you do? What will you do? What will you do for this liberation? Ashe.
I am super excited to be in conversation with Cara Page and my sister, Lady Dane. It is always a pleasure to gather with other Black queer women who are doing work across the board. And so I want to start by asking you, who are your people in the Ella Baker tradition? Or as Auntie Toni K. Bambara would say, who are the communities who name you?
I'll jump in. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the question. I live in the words of Ella Baker and Toni K. Bambara. I'm the great-granddaughter of Black Seminole migrant sharecroppers. My people are Black folks, people of mixed descent, Black Southern folk who migrated north, BIPOC, Black Indigenous people of color liberation organizers, healers, LGBTQ, GNC, and intersex, disability justice, healing justice, transformative justice organizers, memory workers, abolitionists, witches, curanderas, Afrofuturists, shamans, and map makers, creating a new path for liberation.
You better get it. I got some chills, child. I was
gonna behave. I was gonna behave.
I said, all right, okay. Oh my goodness, so many, right? Like so many peoples, Black people, Indigenous people, Latinx people, immigrants, Nigerian people. Hey, y'all. Women. Black Indigenous peoples, witches, shamans, priestesses, those who hid the mysteries in our DNA so that we may still manifest them now. Ancestors, oh goodness, the first mothers, the first gods. The indigenous spirits of this land, of Africa, of those who chose to jump into the embrace of Mama Yamaya. Oh my goodness, the people who are now deeply invested in liberation, the people who are now deeply invested in indigenous sovereignty, you all. That's just a few.
Y'all are so beautiful, and I'm glad Lady Dane just gave me permission to cut up, because I was gonna behave. But you have ushered in the spirit of cut up, and I am grateful, sis. My people are Sicilian immigrants who came to this land by way of New Orleans. My people are Afro-Creole women who refused to pass and open the first air-conditioned jazz club and hotel for Black people in New Orleans. My people are Hurricane Katrina survivors. My people are from the west side of Chicago and take no shit. We are never the one. My people are Black women and Indigenous women in both of those cities. My people are queer, my people are trans, my people can never be boxed in. My people are Ella Baker and Miss Major and Harriet Tubman and Ruth Wilson Gilmore. My people are Toni K. Bambara and Saki Shange. My people are all of the people working for the complete and utter destruction of all systems of violence and the building of liberated futures for all people, particularly Black women, girls, femmes, and non-binary people, because we know when Black women and girls get free, everyone gets free. So those are my people. Those are the folks I am accountable to. Those are the people who are on my shoulder, have their gun at my back, and who are in my ear at all times. And it is a pleasure to usher their presence into the room, their wisdom into the space, this digital space that we are creating, to talk about what it means to find a political home, remain in political community, not just as organizers, but as artists and culture workers as well. And so I want to start there. What is a political home? How would you all define a political home, and where or with whom is your political home? Lady D.
Oh my goodness, I think when I think about a political home, I think about a place where you can share ideas of liberation, a place that is invested in liberation completely, right? A place that understands that a feast is not made of crumbs. A place where I can go and feel fully affirmed, a place where I can feel loved, where I can feel honored, a place that is truly, 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 I said this earlier, invested in liberation. And then what? Did I have another question? Wait, did I answer the question?
Where is your political home?
Where is mine? Oh, you know what? I guess I would say that, like, my political home is in those true and loving and affirming relationships with family of spirit and those of choice, right? Those of spirit, choice, and blood. Meaning, when I say those of blood, I mean those who are in right relationship with me, who are invested in my liberation, right? Yeah, that's where I find particularly my political home. We can have a conversation about whether institutions, whether or not you can have a political home in an institution or not. I guess that's a question for later. But so I choose to find that political home actually in the relationships, right? That I build with folks around collective and interpersonal and individual liberation.
I'm going to riff with you. Thank you so much, Lady Dane. I think a political home is a place where I feel safe, where I feel transformed, or that I can be transformed, or we can be transformed together. It is spiritual, as you were saying, and a place of creation and vulnerability, love and grace. It does, for me, have to center a Black feminist lens, or maybe a anti-capitalist lens, queer, trans lens. But more than that, it's like a multi-gendered, multi-bodied, multi-ability space that allows for different ways of being that can be abstract and are not confined by supremacy, all types of supremacy and colonization, but that it's actually, my political home is a place where we can imagine ourselves beyond borders and see ourselves in relationship to land and body and spirit in ways we've never imagined. So there's got to be creation and imagination, and of course liberation. Like, what does it mean to be freedom fighters? To me, a political home allows for that embodiment of collective care, collective safety, collective freedom.
I would say for me, right, my political home, which I think that all three of us are really bringing up and highlighting the fact that it's not so much about place, it's about people, it's about relationship. And we're going to talk more about that as we talk about the differences between like activism and organizing, right? One is a very interpersonal relationship building centered, and one can be very individualistic and non-accountable to other people. So for me, I see a political home as the group of people formally organized or informally organized, with whom I am in a deep community, committed to principled struggle, engaging in rigorous political education, and I am accountable to them and they are accountable to me. As we work together to, do actions, create campaigns, build political power through political strategy, and to win. I would say the feeling of a political home for me is a juke joint. And I'm very specific about that because when we think about juke coming from a root word that means disorderly, right, against the norms, that for me is what a radical political home that is deeply invested in the liberation of Black women and girls and femmes and non-binary people, trans people, like, because that is my center. And from that center, I am also like trying to become and wanting to be in deeper community with folks from other movements and folks from other identities, because I believe in deep solidarity and my political homes must be invested in deep solidarity, right? Transnational solidarity, which Dr. Angela Davis always calls us to and calls us in, right, around. But it feels like a juke joint, that there's heat and there is energetic movement and there is music and there is love and sometimes there is harm, but we work to eradicate it. We work to do some transformative, conflict transformation, healing, justice. We are doing all of that, but it is disorderly because the work that we are engaged in is disorderly work that cannot be met with niceness, that cannot be met with manners, that cannot be met with anything less than what is required to destroy the systems that continue to oppress us and to build the world and practice with each other, right? That for me is the accountability and the commitment to principled struggle is that we're practicing this world that we are building at the same time, and we're getting it wrong, but we're committed to each other, so we stay and figure it out. And so I'm thinking about a juke joint in that manner as well, that is built for the people, by the people, for our pleasure, and also for other purposes. Yeah. I want to give folks an opportunity to say anything that might have come up for you as we listen to each other before we move on to the next question.
I love that, one, I started dancing. I was like, yes, honey, a juke joint. Because I also, when I think about a juke joint, I think about a place where art and pleasure and what is so essential and necessary and deep is prioritized over an idea of civility, right? Or over an idea of respectability politics, or over an idea of trying to fit into a box of what white supremacy says we're supposed to be, right? It is a place where the freedoms of Black peoples are allowed to flourish without judgment and or threat of pain. And so, yeah, and I think about healing, right? Like I think about the necessary, the root of so much of what I think about when I think about political work, or I think about a political home, right, is that at the root of that is this commitment to healing, not as the illusion of, oh, you just go and you get healed once, right, but as a continual process in which we are continually deeply committed to that healing every day, every second, every hour. And within that healing is also the principle of accountability, because accountability for a communal type of engagement, for a community type of engagement, allows for transformation. It gives us a roadmap how to move through when we don't get it right. And so those are some things that like came up for me as you were talking, and I felt the spirit dancing. It was like tapping into like an ancestral memory space. You know what I'm saying?
I love a juke joint. So thank you for bringing that prayer, psalm, energy, life force into the space. I love a juke joint. I love a chitlin circuit, like all the things we did to create, right, a spaces for Black folks to be in our bodies and to embody desire, and to take what was seen as sinful and wrong and dangerous and make it sacred. And I think that is the power of transformation and Black people in our liberation practice, is taking what it was seeing people seeing as ugly and perceived as less than human, and turning that back and being more powerful, more full of transformation or magic, Black magic. And and to be able to welcome ourselves home. I do think a juke joint was about home and centered belonging inside of like music, desire, energy, life force, healing. Thank you, Lady Dane. And struggle. Like you said, like nobody is left out, nobody is tossed, nobody is expendable for being a little bit fiery or whatever, getting into a tussle, that they're gonna come back the next day. You know what I mean? Like we all can hold each other's mess with grace and respect and dignity and care. So all for it.
Yes, and I just want to shout out two of my primary political homes, the Let Us Breathe Collective, which is an alliance of artists and activists organizing through a creative lens in Chicago to imagine a world without police. Also want to shout out BYP 100, Black Youth Project 100, young people between the ages of 18 and 35 who are building political power using a Black queer feminist lens. Shout out to the home team Chicago, first, foremost, and always, because those are my people. Also want to shout out Asada's Daughters, the entire alliance of organizations that I was politicized and radicalized through back home in Chicago. And much love to all of the other chapters of affiliated organizations as well. But those are two to three of my primary political homes. And then, you know, there are individuals who I have found home in and who we do life with. And so that's something that I wanted to, you know, bring up as artists, right? Black queer women who are artists, organizers, activists, healers, ministers, working through a range of modalities and genres of work and artistic practices. What might established political homes in terms of like grassroots organizations, what might artists have to offer these kind of established political homes? Because I think that sometimes in organizing spaces that are filled with folks who do not come from creative backgrounds or do not employ the creativity that they inherently have, that sometimes there's a missed opportunity, right? Like I think about the Black Panther Party and how important the illustrations of the pamphlets were. I think about how most of us are politicized first and foremost, even when we don't recognize it, through some sort of art, right? And then we might have popular education in the world of technology, right? We have these like infographics and things like that that might, you know, hint at something that we had already seen or come in contact with via visual media or a visual art piece or performance. So what might artists have to offer established political homes, and what might we gain from being a part of political homes? What do y'all think?
I would say, I know I was like, let me shout out the Black Transparent book. Hey, y'all. Hey, J. Mesa III. I think that the thing about art, right, is that art is deeply spiritual. And I think that the roots of art, right, go all the way back to our first rituals and our first celebrations and attempts to understand our relationship, not only to the gods, right, not only to the land or the elements, right, but also to each other. And so I think about the deeply necessary role that storytelling plays in the forming of the ways in which we experience not only ourselves, but relationship with each other. And when I think about artists, I think that part of the artist's great gift is to help imagine new worlds. Art activates within each person who partakes in it, whether you are a spectator or you are the one who are allowing the spirits to flow through you. You are having your imagination activated. And so, to me, for example, when we say, what could a world look like without police? You will have some folks who are politicians, some folks who are who don't identify as artists say, well, I don't know, I just know that we're not supposed to have the police anymore, right? But what the artist does, right, is the artist says, well, what does that world, what is the experience of that world? They go into their deep gifts, and then they actually present what it could be like. And so that is one of the deep gifts of the artist, is that they help us to be able to make tangible the principles, the thoughts, the theories, and even some of the proxies that we haven't quite figured out. They help to make tangible those things for us, because the artist is a part of a deep spiritual legacy of storytelling, which finds its roots in ritual and spirituality all the way back in Africa.
I thank you so much for bringing that piece, Lady Dane, especially around ritual, right? And for me, I always say that I'm a culture worker and a memory worker, and that rooted in deep lineage of Black radical Southern tradition, I think, of how we take the bones of memory and recreate a new world, a new place of being. Like literally, we are, as artists and cultural workers, like conduits and conjurers of disgusting, horrible truth of what has been done to us, on us, without us, and we take sexual violence, anti-Black violence, anti-trans violence, ableist violence, and we say we are powerful, we are here, we are building truth and still existing. And I do think that is the ritual and the creating memorials. I do a lot of altars, building altars that honor those stories that are hidden, like hidden truths and stories of resilience, of power, of strength, that have pushed back against impossibleness, impossibility, so that we can imagine something else, right? And to see culture workers reimagine, defunding the police, defunding the prison industrial complex, defunding the medical industrial complex, just turning it all upside down, that cultural workers have this way of seeing, well, then without all of that, throwing it all up in the air, what have we been and what can we become? And really weaving and vibrationally changing. My project that I call my work inside of is called Changing Frequencies. I literally believe we have the potential as Black and brown, queer and trans, gender non-binary, women and girls, incarcerated, detained folk. We have the potential to take something and change these systems that have been embodied on a genetic cellular level and move it up and out and imagine to change. What does it mean to change frequency? To change these frequencies that have held us down, kept us quiet, silenced us, killed us, and say, no, we're gonna change this because we are multi-dimensional people living on multi-planes, connected to ancestors and connected to the future. And so then creation becomes technology. It becomes our pathway to how we will get to the next destination, because we have come so far despite all the things they have tried to do to us.
In the Let Us Breathe collective, we say artists are the vanguard of the revolution. And we really believe that. And so what I will say, right, is for me, the artist shows us where our holes are in our theory and our praxis, that we illuminate the work that we may not be tending to, in addition to providing more imaginative futures, more liberated, imaginative futures, more possibility for what that can look like. And so in my own work, you know, like I'm writing this template Katrina cycle that's focused on the effects of Hurricane Katrina and the man-made state-sanctioned flood in New Orleans and beyond, right? Thinking about the Katrina diaspora, thinking about all of the narratives that have been left out, and mostly thinking about water as this powerful, life-giving and life-taking force. And thinking about Black women's relationship to water from the Middle Passage to this moment. And so when I'm writing that body of work, and even the body of work around Flint, I am also, as an organizer and cultural worker, going back to my political homes and saying, okay, great. We are so about police and prison abolition. Now, about these abolitionist political ecologies, though, right? Because it is all connected. And what is our work around creating and teaching and really being invested in abolitionist political ecologies? Because water, right? And when I think about water and oceans, you know, I'm taken to Christina Sharp and Alexis Pauline Gumbs, who remind us how long sound stays in water, hundreds, thousands of years. And so whatever sound was made of our foremothers who jumped ship and said, I would rather leave this way than to be enslaved. Whatever sound that was put there is still there. What is our work around that? What is our work around water, around healing, cultural memory, right? And so Cara is actually the reason why in my bio, it now says like abolitionist cultural memory worker, because cultural memory, separately, cultural memory, but also like cultural memory, but cultural memory together, thinking about how Toni Morrison reminded us of cultural memory and Beloved, right? Like that became so clear to me as being a central part of my work. And so when I think about, you know, what artists have to gain from political homes, it is, okay, great, we have imagined this thing and we can see the future. We've designed it, we wrote it, we put it in an installation, we've drawn it, we've collaged it, we sang it, whatever. How do we do it? Right? And it has us meet our imagination with the very practical on the ground work, if we choose to take up that mantle, right? And so I think about people like Lorraine Hansberry, who, yes, we know wrote plays, right? But like, who was also in college at my alma mater, actually, a part of the Young Progressives of America, a part of the Labor Youth League, right? When she moved to New York, she was at the Jefferson School having political education, right? Like she was writing for the Freedom Paper, that it was never just, I'm gonna just make my art over here and the art is the ends and the means. It was like, no, this is a tool for politicizing and radicalizing people around, right, if we're thinking about Raising the Sun, around housing injustice. And so I'm gonna use that tool to politicize and radicalize. But I'm also doing other work and I'm plugging in on the ground. And so I think that political homes, when we are really connected, challenge us to move beyond considering our art as the end. And that, I think, is a challenge right now for those of us who might be very comfortable being like, well, I wrote about the topic, I danced about the topic, I did an art installation on the topic, and that's cool. Like, that's great. That is cool. We are thankful for your contribution. But how does that materialize, right? What is the work of your work? Which is what, again, Toni K. Bambara always calls us to. And so that's what I'm thinking about as we are, in this era. What is the work of our work as artists and as cultural workers and cultural memory workers in this time?
Yeah, I think about, right, it's like, I think about my aunt Liz, who was a jazz singer, who was she was an artist, an activist, and an academic. And that all of those things she taught to me, right? She would put books in front of me about history that she knew I wouldn't learn in school, because she knew it was important. And I think about people like Abby Lincoln, right? Who wrote Who Will Revere the Black Woman, who was an academic and an artist and who was doing political work. I think about Nina Simone, who says the artist must reflect the times, and that these artists were not. And I think about Aida Walker, right? Like all the way back in the 1920s, who was saying Black women are beautiful and we have the right to engage in art however we want to. And had her own troupe. Go on, Aida Walker, mama. And so for myself, yeah, I thank y'all both for saying that, because I think that in the spirit of, the ancestors, the artists did not exist separate of the organizers, right? Like everybody was together at the house talking about what we're going to do. So Nina, you go ahead and you write a song about it. Right. I'm going to go march. You do this and you do this. Right. And so even as we talk about community and what a cooperative model could look like, that is based in the ways in which our ancestors worked and they functioned and they got things done. And so, yes, I definitely affirm that the artist does not exist separate from, it is impossible to, because when I walk into a space, I am all of who I am. And art is the gift that the ancestors and the gods gave to me to be able to navigate, right? Knowing myself and also relationship with the world and others, and to heal and to hold accountable, et cetera. But it is impossible, I think, to create the art without also understanding that you still Black, you still trans, you're still, you're still Indigenous, you're still the daughter of an immigrant, you're still all of these things, no matter where you're at. So whether I am at the public theater or at a theater in DC or in my house or at my grocery store, I am all of me all the time. And it is impossible for me to separate my artistic work from the needs of my people. It is impossible to do those things. And to think that just because I wrote Clytemnestra, I've done enough. No, you ain't. People still hungry, people still, there is still so much more work to do. So yeah, I just wanted to say that too in the space as well. I thank y'all both.
I thank you both so much for what you're naming. I want to toss Harriet Tubman into the mix here too. And right, because this idea of cultural work also extends to healers, right? And that this idea that healing is somehow outside of liberation work is a lie. It's just not true. And we could track, right? We're healers and cultural workers, like you're saying, Lady Dane, and Erika, like integral, that cultural work and healing work is integral to our political, spiritual survival, and that cultural work knows no bounds, like how we embody pain and grief and generational trauma from slavery and colonization is the same embodiment of pleasure and eroticism and desire of what we can, how do you change that pain into power and into pleasure? And I want to give a shout out to Ndizaki Shange and Ebony Noel Golden, Alexis Gums, Charmaline, Elizabeth Catlett, who's an amazing sculptor who changed space and time with her sculptures ahead of her time, starting in the 1950s, doing metal sculpture and changing literal public space and claiming it. And Elizabeth Scott, who I don't think a lot of people know, the mother of Joyce Scott, right? Joyce Scott is a phenomenal bead, amazing transformative artist who did this amazing beaded work of a lynched Black man above the Thinker at the Baltimore Art Museum in the 90s. And she was given a whole space at the Art Museum of Baltimore to say, how do I navigate white supremacy in the halls of your museums that have curated our lives into small boxes and been about mistruths and exoticization of Black bodies? And she turned it on its head and put above the white thinker, I'm thinking about lynching this Black man who's above my head. Like that kind of transformation of space. Elizabeth Scott, famous quilt maker, who was seen as a witch and was casted out by other quilters because she was putting in shells and coins and stones and medicine in the quilts. What is that? That's the lineage of the Underground Railroad. What is the message? What are the intonations? What's the invocation, Lady Dane, that we are calling out in our creative pieces that is much bigger than the actual action of it, but what vibration it leaves behind? And that is the work of artists and cultural workers that is much bigger than ourselves, but also energetically, what are we shifting? Like, I'm doing site-specific installations on grounds where there was experimentation of Black people, looking at the medical industrial complex, like working with something like a mental state hospital that took disabled people and turned them into bodies as objects. Black and brown in the South in the 50s to 2010, and now it's a prison, testing and experimenting on bodies for the therapeutic world to build industry. To go to that space, the Central Milledgeville State Hospital, and to do a testimonial and an installation on that ground, because I want to honor everyone who died there. I want to honor everyone who was imprisoned there, and to say, we will never let this happen again. We will not leave you behind. That is the power of cultural work that transforms us.
Thank you so much for bringing the medical industrial complex into the mix, because as we talk about systems that need to be abolished, right? Prison and police, and police is a violence. So I just feel like saying, we've just said that 3 times actually, right? That is such a heavy focus, as it should be, but we mustn't forget, right? The medical industrial complex, the military industrial complex, right? All the shit has to burn, right? We have so much to build in its place. And so I love that. And I've always loved that about your work, that you bring into focus the medical industrial complex. And thank you for that, and clarifying what our work is as cultural workers and artists beyond creating the piece. I'm gonna lift this up because it is a quote that is always misrepresented, that like really grinds my gears. In the 1982 interview with Kate Bonetti, Toni K. Bambara is asked, what do you view as the function of the artist? And her actual response was, the task of the artist is determined always by the status and process and agenda of the community that it already serves. And then later she goes on to say, as a cultural worker who belongs to an oppressed people, my job is to make revolution irresistible. That has gotten twisted in a whole lot of ways over the years, but I bring this up to say, right, like, if I am a cultural worker and the community that names me is the status quo, then my job is to uphold the status quo. But if I am from oppressed groups, right, and I am actually saying that my people are free in the spirit of Harriet Tubman, who said that in the middle of slavery, if I am actively working toward that kind of radical liberation, then my job is to shake shit up and to risk it all, right? And so what are we risking in this time? What are we willing to risk? And so our last question of our brief time together is this, right? We are in an election year where the options are between two white men who are perpetrators of sexual violence, one who is a fascist and one who is an architect of carceral geography. Should the Democratic ticket win, it means that we will be under a carceral neoliberal leadership, which is no less violent, but is a different kind or shade of violence than what we are currently experiencing. And so as artists and cultural workers who are also organizers and activists, what is our work now and beyond the election, right? Because many of our community members are saying vote, which also is not an organizing method. Yelling vote at people does not make them vote. It does not address things that inhibit people from being able to vote. So I encourage folks who are serious about electoral politics, and maybe that's your thing. We need people in every area of the work. Kudos, power to you. But that is not an organizing strategy, yelling at people on social media, okay? Let's actually have an organized way of encouraging people to exercise their right. But what is our work in this time? How are we making revolution irresistible beyond the outcome of who is gonna run the empire? Because whoever runs it won't free us, right? What's our work in this time, y'all?
So I'll say, also it's like vote with no kind of analysis, right? Like it's like, ain't nobody, it's like, you're not gonna talk about like local politics. You're not gonna talk about the fact that like, maybe you need to flip the Senate if you wanna really fight for legislation that you believe should get passed. Maybe you need to be talking about, oh my goodness, child. Listen, so let me just say this, let me preface it with this. Yes, I'm going to vote. Yes, I'm going to vote for Biden, right? Like, okay, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So before anybody starts out there, do I believe that our salvation rests in the system? Absolutely not. We could see from a Black president who literally felt and perpetuated helplessness, even though he had held the the highest, what they call the highest, right, and most powerful structurally office in the entire world. So let me start there first. I have a status that I was gonna make when Justice Ginsburg passed. I said, justice does not rest in one judge. Right, justice is the power of us all. We all actually have the power to call for to hold accountable these systems and to also abolish them completely. There was a world before colonization. There will be a world after colonization. My role in this moment, right, is to demand from everyone, no matter who you are, to be invested in liberation, period, completely and utterly and totally. Because even if Biden wins, the work that needs to be done is really, we're asking to dismantle systems that were starting to be in place before 1619. So I will say that it is to call for a liberation politic as opposed to a respectability one.
I really, I know the time is running short. This is a beautiful question. I'm just gonna call out and say the Salt Eaters of Tony K. Mabara talks a lot about what does it mean to be well, right? And it's really my Bible, the Salt Eaters. I tell everyone this. And I think that's such a powerful question. And she says, because to be well takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of struggle to say, I will be well. No matter how we define that for our people, for our communities, for our lives, as an artist, as a culture worker, as agitators and strategists and conjurers and memory workers, I truly believe we have to heal all paradigms. And so I am putting a call out to other cultural workers we need to be as public and out with our things as possible. Like, not wait for the funding to do it. Like, get to the block and call out the story that you need to tell, or go to the land that you know there have been lynchings, there have been rapes, there have been killings of our peoples, of our communities, and take that shit back. Like, what does reclamation look like when we literally place our bodies on the line? And as organizers and culture workers, I truly believe that is our role, that we are literally sacred ground, and that we, in of ourselves, if we can transform the spaces that we are engaging with, and it will transform us. And so I know this is a big question about system change work, but I believe that's part of our work.
Yes, the work is what the work has always been, no matter who runs the empire. It just depends on what we have to turn our lens toward, given the violences that whoever runs the empire is bringing, right? And who inflicts more oppression of a specific kind on our communities. I love that you brought up the salt eaters as we close. Toni K. Bambara has explicitly in interviews communicated that she wrote that book for grassroots organizers to bring together organizers and healers. And yet I know very few organizers, and I know a lot of organizers across the country, but I know very few who've actually read that text. In this time, as we are gravitating toward Octavia Butler, as we should, we also need to be reading The Salt Eaters. Because at the end of that text, what the healer, Miss Minnie, asks is, now that you are well, or when you are well, what will you do when you are whole? And that is the question that we should also be asking. Not just do we want to be well, and what does wellness look like? How are we visioning it for our communities? But what will we do when we are well? And how are we practicing being well right now in our relationships to and with each other, in our work and the work of our work? And how are we prepared to seriously risk, as artists, with contracts and deals and shows and Broadway, which should also be abolished? What are we willing to risk for our liberation, like really and truly? And how can we get in deep community with folks who are in alignment with our vision of liberation, right? Who know more than us, who can teach us, who will hold us accountable, right? That's kind of the difference, one of the differences between being an activist and an organizer, right? An activist, you can sign a petition, you can send an email, you can take an action on behalf of something you believe in, but you're actually not really accountable to anyone, right? You don't have anyone around you saying, you have forgotten this community, or that decision you made is actually out of alignment with the larger goal for our people's liberation. But when you are in deep community with folks with whom you are in consistent struggle and accountable to, and who are accountable to you, it's a different level of engagement. It's actually relational. And we can't get free without relationships. We can't get free without community and principled struggle. And we can only have principled struggle if we are in community with people. We can only have liberation if we are truly willing to risk the comfort and the privileges that we carry in our respective ways, for the greater liberation of all of us. When Black women get free, everybody gets free. And so let's do that. Let's do that. I hope that you will plug into whatever political homes are compatible with your vision of liberation, wherever you are. There's always somebody doing the work. Whatever issue it is that you care about, whatever you're interested in being involved in, there are people doing that work already. Please find them. There are so many different ways to get plugged in. The Movement for Black Lives just had an amazing conference that I think the link is still available to that, and to get plugged in with other activists and organizers across the nation to figure out, like, oh, who's doing what work and how can I be down? There are so many organizations in New York alone. If you are watching us within the city of New York, find your people. Know who your people are. Get some people if you don't have no people. But we need everybody. So this is not an elite group of activists or organizers who are specially trained and programmed and are the only people who can do this work. We need all of us to get free. And so I hope that you will consider finding a political home if you don't have one, being more robustly engaged in the political home that you do have, and finding your people. Thank you so much for joining us for this segment. We are happy to be opening creative activism, and y'all be well and decide what you will do with your wellness.
Gorgeous. Deeply honored. Thank you. To conjure with you both.
Jay, thank you. Yes, it was a blessing. Love y'all.
Love y'all.
Love y'all. Power. All right.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Cara. Thank you, Erika. Thank you, Dane. I'm realizing one of the limitations of the Zoom space is that you can't hear me cheering at every given moment of that conversation. So revelatory. The way that we were talking about being well versus being whole. What are you prepared to risk for your own liberation? Building community and relationship, finding your people, and of course, when Black women get free, we all get free. Remember some of those notes. Erika, thank you for pointing people to resources and to do your own research to find your people. They're out there. Up next, the urgency for a new world has sounded the call, and we are all we need to build the future that we've been waiting for. So our next session is going to be hosted by Four Freedoms as they host Wide Awake, Art and the Future of Justice. That'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Stay tuned, everybody. Hello, my name is Brian Joseph Lee. I am the Director of Public Forum, and welcome back to Creative Activism, a day of art, ideas, and action. The urgency for a new world has sounded the call, and we are all needed to build the future we're waiting for. For our next session, Wide Awake, Art and the Future of Social Justice, we are thrilled to welcome Four Freedoms, an artist collective that is building a political movement based in creativity, protest, and direct action. Here to speak about their vision for 2020 and beyond are artists, creatives, activists, and organizers Nyama Sandy, Anya Ayong Chi, Helena Metaferia, and Kaneza Shaw, with Executive Director for Four Freedoms, Claudia Peña.
Hello, welcome to this panel that I'm so excited to be a part of. I'm always excited to talk about art and its role in promoting justice. And we're really excited to be here and thankful to the Public Forum and the team at the Public Theater for putting together and hosting Creative Activism. This is Wide Awake's Art and the Future of Justice. And soon I will be joined by the panelists of this panel who are brilliant creatives, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Before we get into that, I just wanted to share a little bit about sort of the history of the Wide Awakes and what we're doing at Four Freedoms as we are part of the broader movement of the Wide Awakes. The Wide Awakes in terms of history, I think it's important to know just a little bit about it. In the 1860s, around that time, there was a band of abolitionists, people who were against the institution of slavery. And it was made up mostly of working class folks, mostly white men, but also there were Black people who were wide awakes, and also there were women who were wide awakes. So part of their values also included suffrage and the right for folks to vote. But they focused mostly on abolition. And in order to push those views forward, they organized. They organized marches, they had processions, they wore capes, they carried torches. They marched in the thousands, in the tens of thousands in New York and other states. And they were pushing in order to elect Abraham Lincoln, who himself was not an abolitionist, though he's often given that credit. But they pushed him in order to make those decisions after being elected. And they're part of the reason why slavery was abolished at that time. The Wide Awakes of that time were revolutionary. They had all these radical ideas that were really inspiring. If you want to go into the archives, there's so many articles in the New York Times and such that talk about the impact that they had on the wider electorate and the wider population. This year, in 2020, there's been a reawakening of the Wide Awakes of sorts. And what makes it most exciting from my personal perspective is that it's an open source social movement. There are Wide Awakes in lots of different states, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in California, in Louisiana, in Florida, in Michigan, in Illinois, in DC, in Puerto Rico. There's also talk of Wide Awakes chapters starting in other places and connections being made, including in Cuba, in Tokyo, Japan, in Berlin, Germany. We have one partner or one collaborator in critical resistance that is attempting to start a chapter of the Wide Awakes inside of a correction facility. The Wide Awakes belongs to everybody. It belongs to nobody, and it belongs to everybody at the same time. And that's why I say the exciting part to me is how open source it is, that people can come in and bring whatever it is that they have, whatever they got, whatever you're carrying with you, bring it to the movement and just add to the voice, to the cacophony of voices that are raising the volume on the level so high so that as we move into the elections of November and beyond, of course, that this movement that is full of radical listening, radical acceptance, and love. One of the concepts that people talk about is love over rules. There's a bunch of different values that are coming out of this that people are really excited about and inspired by, and hopefully will continue to move lots of issues regarding justice forward. Most importantly, right now, it's engagement in the elections in whatever way that means for folks. I want to quickly walk you through this infinite playbook, which is the Four Freedoms iteration of what it means to play right now. And this is just one perspective, one view of the wide awakes. And people are welcome to participate in the ways that we are offering. You're also super welcome to create your own form of playing and your own participation in this movement. So, next slide. This is just a bit about Four Freedoms in our organization. It's artist-led. One of our main core missions is to inspire and model civic joy, civic participation, discourse, debate, conversation, anything that is going to make people more interested in participating in the ways that policies, ideas, solutions are created, contemplated, and manifested around them. Next slide. So we've been talking about play because we believe that in order to move things forward and in order to progress society, people need to be involved. And when you're involved and you participate, it's really easy to think about it as play. Next slide. Here are some of the rules that we offer in order to be able to participate in this game. Carry your own trash is one of my favorites because it speaks to the idea that we all have stuff that we're bringing in from our lived experiences, but it's also our responsibility to be cognizant of it, be aware of it, carry your own trash. I also love no one plays alone, or that you always bring someone into play, because this wide awakes cannot exist without the concept of collaboration. It's inherently collaborative, and coming into this space means that you are joining a group of people and that you're willing to bring in others with you. Another favorite rule is you're just in time. It doesn't matter when you arrive. You are perfectly on time whenever you make it here. And the one that I mentioned earlier, love over rules. It's really important to always fall back on that idea as things come up, as they always do, to remember that it's always based in love. Next slide. These are the four freedoms that FOR Freedoms is focusing on in this campaign, the 2020 Awakening. We are thinking about healing, listening, justice, and awakening. And even though they're four separate words, they're also interlocked, interconnected, as you can see in the image in front of you. You can't have one without the other. And for some folks, it's a journey of sorts, but it's not linear. It's very interconnected. Next slide. We're focused on the elections right now, and particularly we're focused on people being involved in the census, responding to the census, registering to vote, and actually voting, making a plan to vote. There's all kinds of literature that shows that if you have a plan to vote, then you're more likely to follow it. And the reason this is important is because folks register to vote at much higher numbers than they actually vote. Even people who are very well-meaning, very well-connected, and intend to end up not voting. So we're promoting this idea of making a plan to vote, and instead, and thinking about don't vote late, vote early. Next slide. So our short-term goal, of course, is all around the elections, but the long-term goal is to be thinking about the four freedoms post-election, especially because even on election day, we're not likely to know who was elected. It's going to probably be a long process of counting votes. There may be disappointments all around, there may even be chaos. And that is a time where it'll be really important for the populace of the United States to be thinking about listening, healing, justice, and awakening. Next slide. Here are some of the values that we're thinking about: insisting on the future, always asking the bigger questions, and also focusing on the fact that there's nuance in everything. Joy is at the core of everything, and we're going to talk about that more with our panelists. Listening until we actually hear what's being said. Binaries don't seem to be very helpful, so we think about bridging them a lot. We're not that interested in reacting to things. We want to be visionary and think about being proactive. And as always, we're playing this infinite game, which is laid out by some of the rules that we talked about earlier. Next slide. Here are some ways for y'all to participate. And I invite you to check out the Four Freedoms website, Four Freedoms, F-O-R, freedoms.org. This playbook, the longer version of the playbook, is there for you to download. We also encourage folks in different organizations to use it, make it your own, brand it with your own branding, change the language as you see fit. It's open source, it belongs to everyone. You can edit the heck out of it and make it fit whatever you're thinking about. Next slide. So we just invite you to join the awakening. Most importantly, right now, we're thinking about October 3rd. October 3rd is the anniversary of one of the biggest marches from the Wide Awakes in the 1860s. We are celebrating that anniversary by having events, activations all over the place, from Los Angeles out to New York. In New York, there will be some in-person events. From Los Angeles, there's going to be some virtual events. But we invite you to create your own thing, to participate in your own way. That some places are focused on music, some places are focused on speech, some places are focused on children, on making art, whatever it may be, whatever makes your heart sing. We hope that you become part of this movement by joining the events on October 3rd. And in order to learn more about that, feel free to check out the website, and also there'll be some information about it at the end of the panel. Next slide. Here are the key dates, thinking about October 3rd and the final lap to the elections on November 3rd. It's a full month. Next slide. If you go to the Four Freedoms website and you're checking out this playbook, those will be clickable links that will give you more information. And last slide. There you go. Now you know a lot more about the 2020 Awakening campaign, and I think that we are ready to invite the rest of our guests. So I want to start off by thanking y'all for joining us today. These women are incredibly brilliant and have a lot going on in their lives. So I'm so appreciative of the fact that they were able to make time to hang out today, especially because that means I get to hang out with you. So we have Naima Sandy, a New York-based cultural anthropologist. She's also a curator, a producer, a multidisciplinary artist, an incredible artist and educator. Naima's work delves into the human story, often with stories of the global Black diaspora at its center. And she's currently a visiting professor at Pratt Institute. She's been involved in many of the Wide Awakes events since, I don't know, maybe the beginning of the pandemic, definitely all summer. She doesn't talk about this as often in bios and such, but I've seen video of it. She's also a brilliant singer, and I wish that she would sing with us today.
Oh, God.
Welcome, Naima.
Thank you, Claudia.
We have Helena. I was going to say her name in Spanish, Metaferia, but I believe it's pronounced Metaferia.
Metaferia, yeah.
Metaferia. I'm always trying to make things Spanish. It really is. She's an interdisciplinary artist, and she works in performance and video installation and collage, you know, one of those people that just does it all. Her work thinks about the politics of the body and space, particularly as it relates to notions of identity and citizenship. She's currently a Mellon Fellow. She's an assistant professor at Brown University, and she lives and works in New York City. Welcome, Helena.
Thank you.
Kaneza Shaw, she's a New York City-based theater artist, and she has a recent work called Jack Ann. It showed in BAM's 2018 Next Wave Festival. It was at the Museum of Contemporary Art Chicago with its co-commissioners Walker Arts, Red Cat, and Cincinnati Contemporary Art Center and the Portland Institute for Contemporary Art. I had a chance to see it and I loved it. So welcome, Kaneza. And last but certainly not least, we have Anya Anyang-Chi. She's a fashion designer, consultant, social entrepreneur. She's in Trinidad and Tobago, but in Trinidad. And she also once run Project Runway. Over the last decade, she's been expanding Caribbean creative entrepreneurship regionally and internationally. She's explored lots of different avenues to integrate her love of fashion, design, and Caribbean culture and commerce all into one space. She also created the original capes for the Wide Awakes that many people have seen all over social media, and has been an inspiration for other folks to create their own versions of capes. So we're really grateful to Anya for leading us in that visual aspect of the Wide Awakes as we all continue to think about sort of the heart of what the Wide Awakes are. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Let's just start off really quickly with a simple question. How did you make your way to the Wide Awakes community or the Wide Awakes space? And I'll leave it up to y'all to jump in as you see fit, but if that becomes awkward, I'll start just calling on you.
If I may jump in. So back in June, I think this was maybe the second week of protests, I was invited to join a call about doing something for Juneteenth. And that sort of snowballed into a new collective being created called the Blacksmiths, which I'm heavily involved with. And so for Juneteenth event that we did, which was called Juneteenth Jubilee, we did it in Harlem. It was just stunning day. So we partnered with both the Wide Awakes and another organization called Intersectional Voices Collective. And it was sort of the beginning of, so many collaborations throughout the summer so far and into the fall.
Thank you, Naima.
I'll jump in.
Thank you to the folks at Public Theater for getting us back going. I understand there were some technical difficulties, but we are here. Helena, let's hear from you.
Hi there. So I was just saying that I was responding to what Naima was saying about her participation in Juneteenth celebrations, and I was just attending the event and a few others after that, and I felt really compelled because of the amount of energy and positivity that just kept accumulating at these events and physical events in the moment of a pandemic. So I was invited to participate and do a performance on the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment through the Wide Awakes at Grand Army Plaza. And then after that, I just kept asking how I could help. And my current show at Alabama Contemporary Art Center is now going to be a part of Wide Awakes festivities, and they're going to be doing some October 3rd festivities and programming related to Wide Awakes, which is really exciting to have this message heard also in red states, swing states, et cetera. So.
Kaneza.
I think for those of us who hold social practice and creative practice as inextricably linked, there's an inherent porousness to how collectivity functions, how resource moves between people. So I feel like I got sucked into the vortex. That's the best way I can describe it.
I really should have gone before you, Nisa, but so last year, maybe November, December, I was asked by Hank Willis Thomas and Eric Wattisman to work on cape design for what would have been a resurgence of the Wide Awakes. And it was very, very early stages, I think, of thinking through how that was going to look, which could never, I think, of, well, probably Hank had in his mind what it would evolve into, which we're all experiencing now. But at the same time, part of my practice is in designing for Carnival, which is a very big event in the Caribbean, particularly in Trinidad. And I saw these overlaps of how the Wide Awakes were reawakening, how they were intending to express themselves, ourselves, I should say. And there was so much direct overlap in that practice that I couldn't help but sort of merge the two. So in February, we did a very classic Trinidadian Caribbean thing, and we just decided at the very last minute to register what we call a band, which is the way in which we celebrate on the streets for Carnival as a group of people, as a collective of creatives, as people who just decide to own the road and go out and claim space. And we called it the Wide Awakes. And that's sort of where I think, in a sense, even though it wasn't intentional, it was the actual first activation of this reawakening of the Wide Awakes. And it borrows from the culture, in my opinion, of what the original essence of Carnival is. And it's referencing to me the way in which Canboulay, which was slave riots in the 1800s, 1881, to me, I really kind of see the merging of those things. And here we are now on the verge of October 3rd, which I think is going to be a very similar energy and vibe. So I'm so excited to continue to participate, continue to create capes, continue to just be part of this incredible movement.
Love it. I'm curious about how your practice, each of your individual practice of art, creativity, how it connects or how it has a relationship with the concept of justice. Naima, I feel like you're ready.
You're right. So I think for me, as I'm thinking about, I think you said it so perfectly when you read the bit from my bio, this idea of the human story, right? It's not just about one person's experience. It's not just about one particular region. It's not just about how we individually live and move through the world, but how do we create space for everyone? How do we create space that is actually equitable, that's actually fair, that allows for all of these different viewpoints to coalesce into something that allows us all to be able to connect? And so for me, that's the sort of critical node of the whole thing, of every many-armed thing that I do. I think it's ultimately all about that.
Thanks, Naima. Kaneza.
I think I'm also interested in story, and I'm interested in places of story and how we care for and generate places of story. And I guess in my own work, I think about rehabilitating national narratives and how do we address story. And one of the things that's exciting to me about being part of this awakening is we're in this crazy moment where our story platforms, our primary story platforms have been hijacked. And the news has become the place where drama plays out, where we experience story, where we imbibe story. And I feel like it started to be a place where we feed this basic need that we have through this outlet. And so for me, plugging into the Wide Awakes is about taking back our places of story so that we can use that tool to build the world we actually want to live in.
I love that. It's also connected to the idea of decolonizing the holidays, right? 4th of July becoming Independence Day. Yeah. Anya?
Well, I just love what Kaneza and Diana both said, and I think that because my work has evolved a little bit from primarily designing fashion to consulting, as you mentioned, designing strategies for particularly building ecosystems for small businesses to operate. And so creativity, I guess, is finding its way into more sort of design practice around business and really breaking down institutional ways of operating. And I think to some degree, that's my version of practice and expressing, as it really is sort of like being bold about realizing things aren't necessarily the way they are and don't need to remain the way they are, that the act of justice and the act of creating from our intuition of what a world could look like and really being bold about the future, as the playbook says, is where I feel my practice is is evolving, where I used to be a lot more sort of connected directly to using messaging to retell stories. And a foundation that I run is called Together We, and we would create campaigns around social issues that are existing in the Caribbean. But it really has evolved now to really bridge and leverage networks that can reestablish new ways of making sure that equity is universal, and economic equity is really where I feel that plays out in my work.
Thank you, Anya.
I love what everyone said thus far, and I think you've really summed up a lot of things that I'm thinking about in terms of narrative and storytelling and equity. I would think for me, practice and my artistic practice, the through line of all the different mediums that I use is this belief in attention and care. And if we just hold presence, right, which is this valuable thing that is somehow fleeting for us, right, in this go, go, go society, just to slow, slow, slow instead. I love this idea of holding presence in my work through performance, through video, through visual art. And I also think that that's a really important quality and characteristic in social justice work, right? Having care and attention to the surroundings means our communities and the people that we love and how to hold space for difference. And so I think for me, the through line in practice and is the privilege to be an artist is the privilege to look at the ordinary and the mundane and the everyday with this new set of attention, enthusiasm, love, and care. And that's the same kind of energy I bring to social justice work.
I love that. Naeem, I also wanted to come back to you on this question because I feel like there was one more thing that I wanted to hear you say.
Yeah, I love everything everybody just said. It was so good. Kaneza said this beautiful thing about generating places of story, and also coupled with what Anya just said. So for context, my family is from the Caribbean. So my entire thought process is very much rooted in a lot of the same ideas in terms of thinking about claiming space and really, how do we put the power back in the hands of every regular person to create change and to create culture. So thinking about all of that, I really just wanted to just say yes, Kaneza, I love this idea of generating places and also connecting to the history of places themselves in terms of where we're activating as well. That was it.
Awesome. We were talking a little bit before this panel about this idea that the Wide Awakes promotes this concept of joy as resistance. And based on our conversations, we were talking about, what do we need to relearn from our own lineages about this practice? And what does this look like globally? This idea of joy as resistance.
I'm just going to jump in quickly. And I think Nyama, again, you know, the Caribbean connection is where a lot of this comes from for me, and I know also for Nyama. But Carnival, again, you know, it's really a celebration of freedom. If you ever have the chance to be in the Caribbean and play mass, it's an extremely transformative experience. And yeah, like bringing to the Wide Awakes and bringing to my work in general, the reason I decided to do this carnival band called the Wide Awakes in Trinidad is because even in that context of where it's from, it's a revolutionary way to celebrate our carnival, because a lot of our carnival has become very commercialized and sort of, you know, borrowing from outside cultures. Whereas when we know our history, which I have only really started to learn in the last couple of years with a mutual friend of Nyama's, Naya Springer, who's one of the most brilliant humans I know, really understanding what the history of our carnival, what it really was, an expression and still is an expression of freedom, and a demanding freedom, not asking for it, you know, like just being it actually. And I think that's what joy is as a form of resistance is in the context of the Wide Awakes too, owning the space all over the country and the US, all over the world if possible on October 3rd, and really celebrating our freedom and not waiting for someone to say you're free, you know, not waiting for the elections even to happen to own that space. There's no, I mean, to me, if we don't own the road, then who owns it, you know? So like, that's kind of how I see joy as a form of resistance, and realizing how beautiful it is to do that collectively.
I like that. I want to add in before folks jump in that I also would love to hear your thoughts on, and why joy, with so many things happening all around us, with so much pain and tragedy, etc. Is it sort of naive for us to be focusing on joy? Is it just pouring clean water over dirty water?
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I think we spent a little bit of time before we met deconstructing joy and why it's so contagious and why it's really like medicine, right? And why we need that now. And when I think about these life-enhancing things that are free and available to all of us, I also think of its counterpart, which is like, when I think of life, I think of death, right? And we have had so much death collectively in the world at this time. And I was thinking about Ethiopian practices, being Ethiopian American, about grieving and how physical those practices are. It's about moving things out of your body. I remember when I had death in the family, an aunt told me to just keep tapping your chest as a way to release it. And I think about what we've been doing at these Wide Awake celebrations is moving our bodies to music and letting go of the trauma that's inherently stored there, right? In unison, in communion, in laughter. And I think about, you know, how spiritual that is, how that translates and transcends beyond cultures. And I love that we're incorporating the arts and incorporating these methods of these really old methods of moving and shaking and releasing the trauma that we've experienced as a globe at this very moment and moving towards something positive.
I feel like there's a misconception that can happen about stories around trauma, or about how we actually hold trauma or speak between ourselves in some kind of initiate around these stories. You know, the way perhaps even newscasters or journalists might retell Helena's story would be very different than how she did it. You know, that we would talk about the pain that was being experienced. And I think the fact is we are always holding these contradictions, and that we tell stories of trauma with laughter, and we share in that contradiction, and putting the joy forward, to me, is inviting everyone to hold that contradiction with us.
I may. So I'm also a member of the Resistance Revival Chorus, which is a collective of women identifying and non-binary folks. It's kind of a marriage of music and activism. Shout out to any of you if you're watching. And one of the main sort of phrases that we use is that joy is an act of resistance, which is actually from the poet Toy Derricott. So it's really like kind of the thing that everything is built on, in terms of thinking about, even with when we did Juneteenth Jubilee, one of the things that we were doing was joy is here, joy is coming. Like we had hashtags, like this was part of the whole thing, because again, this idea of celebrating freedom while you're making it is everything, right? Yeah, I think that's
One of the ways we've been thinking about it at For Freedoms is that, you know, historically people have been told that they should vote because it's their civic duty or their civic responsibility, and it's this very sort of intense, serious thing. But many of us have spent time in other countries. Some of us live in other countries, and that's not always the way elections or voting is talked about. Some spaces it's very celebratory. People get a day off of work, they get an excuse to celebrate. We bring out the special food, the good music, you know. People understand that we need these dates, these annual dates, in order to be able to just build community and have a good time together. And this is why we've been talking about civic joy as opposed to civic duty or civic responsibility. And thinking about turning a different direction a little bit. So the Wide Awake space and really just social justice movements, period, if you're interested in them, is always about collaboration. It inherently necessitates collaboration, but so much of our training, either through education and, you know, from different credentialing programs. Sometimes it's a little bit competitive, but also just being a person here that has spent time in the United States. There's this individualism that, you know, gets promoted, and that also can lead to competition, etc. So what are the things that we need to unlearn in order to come into a space and to collaborate in a very authentic and supportive way? What are the things that we need that no longer serve us, that we need to do away with in order to be able to press forward together? And I'm thinking about the Kickstarter campaign right now that is full of Wide Awakes organizations. It's the largest collaboration of art organizations, art/social justice organizations that's ever gotten together to do a Kickstarter campaign together. It's taking place right now. I think it's got a couple weeks left. If you want to search for it, just do a search for Kickstarter and Wide Awakes. And there's, you know, stuff that needs to be worked out in order for people to come together to raise money together in that way. So curious to learn from you, what no longer serves us? What do we need to unlearn in order to do that work together?
I'll just put on my academic hat for a minute, because as somebody who teaches social practice in the visual art department and also has gone through visual art training, I've noticed that the biggest myth that needs to be kind of sort of turned on its head is this idea of the soul genius, the soul like mysterious artist who is like amazing and who just voila, did all this by themselves. The truth is that there's a team behind people or with people or in front of people or around people making things happen. And I think what For Freedom does, I think what Wide Awakes does, it demystifies that it takes a lot of people to make something brilliant. Whether those people always get recognition is another side of the story. And I think that, you know, having more equitable practices in the ways that we make art, produce art, think about, you know, working together. I think it goes beyond something that the market may value or that capitalism may value, which is sort of this individual competition. It goes more towards this like human connection, which we can't put a price tag on. We can't commodify that. Like these interactions are priceless. So that's my sort of idea about that as an educator and as an artist.
Does anyone else? Oh,
Naima, that's you.
okay. I loved that, Helena. I love that so much. So one of the things that I have been thinking about in general is this idea of trust, right? And I think, you know, kind of, it's actually sort of in tandem with what you just said. So I'm so glad that you said that. Thinking about like, you know, one person as the generation point for everything is like not the way that any of this can work ever, right? So, you know, when you trust someone to do what they do and just let them run with whatever the task is or whatever the idea might be, it just creates such this beautiful thing. And I think going back to the conversation that we had together on Friday in events, something that Helena said, I think I'm just like obsessed with Helena on the low maybe, but she said something that made me think about my own entry point as an artist. Like music from like age like 3 or 4 is the first thing that I knew I could do, before, you know, being a curator or any of these other things enters my mind at all as a possibility. And so I'm thinking about that. Ultimately, what makes music work is like the blending of tones, the blending of meters, of rhythm, and all of these other different elements. And I think for me, that's like why collaboration is everything, because it's almost a similar process.
As a theater maker, on the one hand, theater is this inherently collaborative form and is in its best state a model for participatory society, is an anchor to democracy, from being around a campfire to the Greeks' demos kratia, literally people power, to contemporary political performance extravaganzas. And on the other hand, I think theater as it exists in many of our contexts is deeply rooted in this Western idea of the singular genius and the erasure of labor, and which is all that it is. I agree with you very much on that. And one of the things that I think is exciting about new models of collective action, and even specifically in theater, is how to hold collective practice that allows for leadership, allows for decision making, but holds everyone's labor in the collectivity, so that the hierarchies of the roles, which have been funneled through, excuse me, my lamp, funneled through kind of Western segregating of this person's job, that person's job, this person's job, but holding that labor together, to me feels like, as theater artists, the way through, that we still can make, and somebody has to make a decision at the end of the day and all of that, but we can hold it all together.
And I just wanted to add as well, in the fashion industry, being acknowledged as the designer is obviously a very traditional approach to how you're celebrated and honored. And I can be honest about being part of this evolving movement, how my ego has repeatedly showed up as to whether or not we're supposed to be acknowledged for the work that we've done in a traditional sense, and how much actually going after that in the way I would normally for a commercial and endeavor is useless use of energy. There's no room for that, and I do think that there's a fine line there, but I think to see the thing come to life for its bigger purpose, and for the collaboration to truly, I've done so much collaborative work over the years, but this is an entirely different level of really putting the self aside and recognizing what this moving tide is doing, and wherever we have a specific talent, and showing up with that talent is a gift to the whole. And it doesn't matter really, there's no time even to be too concerned about the traditional way. And so an unlearning has happened. There continues to happen from many different aspects, not just the acknowledgements of credit, but also I think when I started to do more socially oriented work in a very deliberate way, and maybe this is coming from the context of the Caribbean, but being able to be multiple things at once, recognizing what civic engagement really means. That somebody put a comment on my Instagram once that I'm not an expert in social justice, so I have no right to do this work. And I've had to defend, even for myself, that as a human, you inherently have a right to stand up for yourself and others. And so I think being comfortable with being multifaceted and doing multiple types of work simultaneously, and integrating even though, as Kanisa said, these things are inextricable, but I think that the world expects to have much more clarity. And I think unlearning that collectively is a very powerful and necessary thing.
There's something so radical too, Anya. We, on this panel, got a sneak peek at the beautiful new cape designs that Anya is working on. And there's something about you that I feel like this is a perfect example of what the unlearning looks like, that you have brought leadership, to the design, to the fabrication of these gorgeous materials, and that it's also not an absenting. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like the way you've moved through all of the design work you've been doing, all of the construction you've been doing is such a glorious example of bringing leadership towards the collectivity.
Thank you for saying that.
I couldn't agree more. And one of the things that we talk about in the Wide Awake space is that it's a very leaderful space, right? That there's, as soon as you feel up for it, you're a leader. And everybody is, a leader in as long as they step into it. Like everybody's got some leadership to bring. So it's a very leaderful space. You don't need to ask permission to do anything. As soon as you have an idea, you can manifest it, execute it, do whatever, pull people into play, tell people you need support, and just push forward. And part of why the Wide Awakes exists the way that it does has been in response to other social movements that have been attacked from the outside. With even thinking about maybe the Black Panther Party of the 1960s and 1970s and COINTELPRO, part of the ability of the government to wreak havoc in the Black Panther Party was because there were things to attack. So in the Wide Awake space, what we're trying to do is everything is transparent. There's nothing to hide. It's completely decentralized. Everybody's a leader. It's a very leaderful space. And in creating that kind of a movement, it makes it a lot harder to attack from the outside, right? It's sort of in response to learning from our predecessors, learning from our ancestors about this work and trying to bring those lessons forward with us into 2020. Of course, it's still an experiment. It's in its nascent stages, but so far what's happened is there's a lot of space for people to bring what they've got.
I love that, Claudia. I really love that. And I also love that, the idea of learning from history, because history, I think, is very cyclical. It's also very much here and now. Evidence of history is right here and now. And the way social justice movements are operating at this time is so radically different in a sense of the decentralized model, Black Lives Matter being one of them. And this idea that anyone can take ownership of something, right? Like ownership is for all. I think about that a lot. And I think about just the land that we live on. It's colonized land, it's land stolen, right? And a lot of these things are like, well, who really owns this? Who really owns that? Who really, so I love this idea that, it's yours, take it, grow with it, do what you wish. And I think it's something that a lot of people are picking up on in different collectives around the country, around the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I want to put this one last idea out there and then we'll wrap, and maybe we'll be blessed with an extra gift at the end. We'll see. I'm still waiting to find out. But Paul Robeson said, artists are the gatekeepers of truth. We are civilization's radical voice. Just wanted to see if you have any responses to the idea that artists are the gatekeepers of truth.
I guess the very simple initial response to that is that I think, again, coming from the Caribbean, where being a professional artist is a chart that is very hard to follow and not usually celebrated or encouraged. But my real feeling is that creativity is the essence of every human, and that the concept of an artist, to me, there's a sort of a distinction in the world between people who practice as artists, and then there are people, just everyone. And I think artists being gatekeepers of truth is really sort of identifying that there is an artist in every single human being, and the divine act of being is a creation. And I think when we are close to our truth and we know who we are authentically, that statement applies to everyone.
Love that, Anya.
Well said, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Last thoughts?
I genuinely believe that stories build the world, and not in an abstract sense. They build architecture. The table you're sitting at, your computer screen, policy, our social and political interaction is built from the stories we tell about ourselves and each other. And we work in stories and caring for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just jump in and say that I feel like it's an incredible privilege to do this with my time. Like, my problems are art problems, they're problems around color and, composition. And, I get this opportunity to play, which is one of the pillars in the movement, for a living, right? And I think what a luxury of time that is. And so with that time, I get to be bold and say things that maybe other people feel very afraid to say because they're constricted to something for survival, like around a job or, cultural restrictions. I also, come from a country where freedom of speech for artists was not always the case, right? And so I think very much about the privilege of making in the US as well, and having that ability to say the things that others can't say. And, so I take that responsibility very seriously, and I play very seriously. So I try to use my voice and help amplify others as often as I can.
Thank you so much, Helena. And I just want, before we go to our last moment together, I just want to invite anybody who is here with us today to learn more about the Wide Awakes at wideawakes.com. There's going to be a map soon there available to show you all the activations for October 3rd, and there's ways to plug in. Plus, I think that there's new merch on there that just launched, so it's a very exciting time. So wideawakes.com, it's still growing and being built out, so there's more information to come, but check it out today. We also have, of course, forfreedoms.org to learn more about our organization. And to close us out, the lovely Naima Sandy has taken me up on my begging to just sing us out for the day.
Okay.
Naima, thank you to all of you.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure to be in conversation with you all today, as well as Friday, and in general with everything that we're working on together. It's really such a gift. So I want to offer this. Forgive me. This is kind of like the first time I've spoken at length today, so the voice may be a little, but here it is. This song is called Hold On, or depending on how you may know it as Eyes on the Prize. It's a song that has been in existence for a very long time. I think the first sort of recordings of this song come to us through the Fisk Jubilee Choir in the 19th century and in the early part of the 20th century. Through the civil rights movement, people added lyrics, and the song has just continuously transformed over time, and is really a beacon of light in terms of thinking about how does one arrive at freedom and justice. Oh, the one thing we did right is the day we started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. I got my gospel plow in hand. Won't take nothing from my journey now. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Freedom's name is mighty sweet, and soon we're gonna meet. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. That's it. Thank you.
Wow. Thank
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Naima, for that beautiful song and that beautiful message. Hold on. It's exactly what we need right now. And thank you to Anya, Helena, Kaneza, and Claudia for that amazing, amazing conversation. As Claudia said, you can learn more about the Wide Awake movement and Four Freedoms by visiting wideawakes.com. That's wideawakes.com. So for our next session, the 2020 election will be hard fought and decisive. It already is. But with the threat of disinformation, falsehoods, and outright lies coming from political actors, how can we cut through the noise to mobilize for our vote? We're going to be joined by the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan law and policy institute based at NYU, as they share tips, tricks, and the top 9 dirty tricks that could undermine the 2020 election. It's going to be fascinating, featuring policy experts Mayna Perez, Sean Morales Doyle, Liz Howard, and hosted by journalist Angélique Roché. Stay tuned. Hello. My name is Brian Joseph Lee. I am the Director of Public Forum, and welcome back to Creative Activism, a day of art, ideas, and action. Up next, we know that the 2020 election will be hard fought and divisive, but with the threat of disinformation, falsehoods, and outright lies coming from political actors, how can we cut through the noise to mobilize our vote? We are thrilled to partner with the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan law and policy institute based at NYU School of Law, as they help share the top 9 dirty tricks that could undermine the 2020 election. Here are Myrna Perez, Sean Morales Doyle, Liz Howard, and our host, journalist Angélique Roché.
Thank you so much, Brian. That was an incredible introduction. My name is Angélique Roché, and as Brian mentioned, I am a journalist and a former political hack, I guess is what they call it in its less favorable terms. And I'm really excited to welcome you to Dirty Tricks, 9 Falsehoods That Can Undermine the 2020 Election. So for those of you who are paying attention, we are less than 6 weeks away from the 2020 presidential election, election that will not only determine who is the president, but for many federal, state, local elected officials, constitutional amendments, ballot measures, and so many other key things that influence our daily lives. And so I would be putting it lightly to say that this election comes with its own unique challenges, promising to be a hard-fought and politically divisive election, more than it has been in the past. While the current COVID-19 pandemic has already caused some very major disruptions to our election system, it is not the only variable impacting our elections. Natural disasters, aging voting machines, foreign interference threaten to further disrupt this election in 2020. But with those very real risks, there's also a significant risk that political actors will manufacture crises to undermine election results that aren't in their favor and try to undermine the electoral process itself, as they have done many, many times in the past. These fake crises determine so much about how we look at our electoral process. It undercuts the trust in election outcomes, but it also inflames partisan tensions and it continues to destabilize our democracy. Today, I am joined by an incredible panel of experts from the Brennan Center for Justice, and they, hopefully, as we can navigate through this hour, will talk about some of these falsehoods that Brian mentioned and explore the facts and discuss what it means for the upcoming 2020 election. I'd like to start by asking each of you who are on the screen right now to introduce yourselves and share a little bit about your background. I know each of you have a wealth of experience, but just a short, brief introduction. And I will start off with Myrna.
Bienvenidos, welcome. I'm Myrna Perez. I am the director of the Voting Rights and Elections program at the Brennan Center. I am from the great state of Texas, which unfortunately is starting to be ground zero of voter suppression. I think Texas is probably going to beat states like Florida and Georgia this session in terms of making it harder for people to vote. And I'm all about voters. I'm all about the right to vote. I'm all about people getting together and joining with each other and picking the direction of our country. And I'm one of the few commentators on this who actually have a lot of faith that if Americans come together, decide we're going to be prepared and resilient, we're going to be mostly okay after the election comes. I think it's going to take a lot of work, but I'm very, very hopeful that we still have a lot of time to make sure that the election goes smoothly.
I look forward to carrying that hope through this panel. Next up, Liz.
Hi there, I'm Liz Howard. I'm senior counsel on the election security team at Brennan. I'm the former deputy commissioner of elections in Virginia and the former general counsel of Rock the Vote. And I am absolutely delighted to be here today and have an opportunity to enlist more people to help us make the election that is in just 41 days even better.
Awesome. And last but not least, Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean Morales Doyle. I'm Deputy Director of the Voting Rights and Elections Program at the Brennan Center. I'm a labor and civil rights lawyer by trade for a while now, and these last few years been focused entirely on voting rights and elections here at the Brennan Center. And like my colleagues, looking forward to helping us all make it through this election with all of the hope that Myrna started us off with.
Awesome, possum. All right, so we have a long way to go. We've got 9 falsehoods to hit. So let's jump right into it. Voter fraud is rampant. The claim is that there is widespread voting by ineligible individuals. What's the truth here, Sean?
The truth is that there's not, very simply. As the slide tells you, this type of fraud is extremely rare. I think the myth that we used to hear all the time was about, ineligible people showing up and intentionally trying to vote in the shoes of someone else, impersonating another voter to vote for them, and that is extremely rare. What we've heard more recently is a different form of this, which is claims about mail voting being, open to all kinds of voter fraud and people conducting fraud through mail voting now. And that is also extremely rare. Every study that's looked at this, including the studies by the people who have sort of made their careers on trying to prove what a problem voter fraud is, has shown that it happens in very, very, very tiny set of cases, and is and all of the policies that are developed to try to address this problem are really solutions in search of a problem. They're attempts by folks who are not friends of voters to pass restrictive laws by using this myth of voter fraud as justification.
Thank you. I mean, and I think that's such an interesting thing, because you did mention like folks have really made their career off of this. And just to kind of to follow up on number 2, election day should be postponed because of this inherent fraud and the inability to get these votes in. Like, the claim is that the president can delay election day because of the coronavirus pandemic, because that's just gonna mess everything up. Sean, I think you also would have a comment on this.
Yeah, well, the first thing to know is that the president has absolutely no authority to delay the election. The president doesn't get to decide when election day is. That's up to Congress. He cannot change that. He has no authority to change that. He also can't change when his term as president expires. On January 20th, if he has not won re-election, Donald Trump is out of office. And there's nothing he can do to change that either. So we don't need to worry about the president changing or postponing election day. We also don't need to worry that we can handle having an election during a pandemic. I think we have a lot of work to do, and there has been a lot of work done already by elections officials to prepare for these unique circumstances. But the fact is that we've had elections through all kinds of disasters, and both man-made and otherwise, including wars in our nation's history. And we've gotten through all of those, and we can do it again this time. And as I said, elections officials around the country are doing what they need to do to prepare for just that. And so we don't need to worry that there's any need or reason to change the election day, but nor do we need to worry about the president doing it because he just can't.
And I think that's an interesting point, right? Like, we have had elections through pandemics. We have had elections through a civil war. There have been much more drastic things happening, and the country literally being in peril of existing, and elections had happened. And I think that's also a very interesting thing for the next falsehood, which is non-citizens are voting in droves, which is something that I know has been a constant thing that's been brought up. It's been definitely used by political actors when dealing with immigration and with dealing with who has the rights and what IDs can be used and across the board and what that looks like. And the claim is that millions of non-citizens are voting and tipping election outcomes. Myrna, talk to me about this a little bit.
There's 2 things that I want to point out. One is it's flat wrong. It's preposterous. The numbers don't exist. The claims were getting so outrageous and outlandish that we actually studied it in 2016, and we found only a small number of suspected non-citizen voting. And we compared that to the number of votes that had been tabulated in those jurisdictions, and it was literally 0.0001%. But I think the part that is the most troubling and frustrating for me is just how very racialized those conversations always are. It's never people who are undocumented, or it's never non-citizens. It's always highly racialized, highly offensive language that is implying that folks who are other or folks who are foreign are actually stealing the election results from legitimate Americans. And that kind of racialized political commentary has really horrific implications in other areas of political discourse. Like, we live in a time period where there's a lot of hate out there, and there is an active debate we're having in this country over what it means to be a citizen and who matters. And I think when we have politicians at very high levels of government saying that some people are here trying to steal democracy from honest Americans, or implying that entire swaths of our community are behaving illegally and inappropriately, I think it really does a lot of damage to the very idea of our democracy, which is one that should be robust and should be participatory and should be really inclusive, as opposed to being inflammatory, and hostile and unwelcoming.
Well, and it's literally impossible to, from the ground up, as a person who is voting, steal an election. And this has an indirect impact on a lot of folks, particularly when it comes to increased requirements. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that has an even deeper impact on folks having access to the polls?
Sure. All these like salacious false claims matter in that people react to them, people respond to them. Sometimes people respond to them in terms of hostility against their neighbor. And sometimes politicians respond to them by passing anti-voter laws that hurt everybody, but that we don't need, supposedly to try and keep our ballot box safe against a threat that is not existent. When we put barriers in front of the ballot box, there is no question that they hit hardest those members of our community that are most on the margins, that have been most traditionally been disenfranchised, that have gotten a repeated message in so many ways that they are not welcome, that they are less than American, that they don't belong here. But those laws hurt all of us because they bedraggle our democracy, because they cheapen our democracy, because they turn our democracy into a political football that politicians use to try and give themselves a job security plan. And so we can't be conned into this. We can't believe these lies. We need to be very, very clear in saying both that Americans are welcome, and it doesn't matter what your community, your country of origin is, or what language you speak. If you meet the eligibility requirements, your vote matters just as much as everybody else, but also that we as a country need that vote. Like, we are reckoning in our country, we're facing a reckoning for things that we have done and things that we have left undone, and ways in which our institutions of power do not represent or reflect us all. And if we are going to get ourselves out of the moment that we're in, which is hundreds of years in the making, we're going to need to leverage the experience and expertise of all of our citizens. And that is not going to happen if we continue to put the barriers to the ballot box, so that some members of our community aren't able to express their viewpoints and to share their lived and actual experiences.
Thank you so much. And I actually think that's a great segue to the next falsehood, which is the machines malfunctioned. They are clearly rigged. And this is the claim that vote flipping by voting machines and other malfunctions, such as machines failing to start, crashing, or freezing, are clear indications that hackers have penetrated machines, or that partisans have rigged the election in favor of their preferred candidate. While we know that voting machines are getting older and there is a need to update voting machines, that is a true statement. Liz, talk to me about vote flipping and this particular falsehood.
Well, as you suggested, a lot of the voting machine fleet is aging. And the reality is that our election infrastructure has been chronically underfunded for years. We've seen many states upgrade their voting equipment over the past several years, but the reality is, when you have this huge deployment of equipment, you're inevitably going to run into some technical glitches. And again, since much of the equipment is a little bit older, there's going to be normal wear and tear that results in, machine glitches. The great thing is that we are going to be using more paper ballots across this country than any time in recent history. All of the battleground states rely primarily on voting machines that have a paper ballot. And in the event that there are any credible allegations of hacking, then we can always go back to that paper record and triple check.
And I love that it is something that is based in fact, but also really, really hard because there is an issue with there being adequate voting machines in communities of color, and it is really compounded and been such a flipped falsehood. And that actually leads into our next one, which is something's fishy. The results are taking too long. The claim is that our failure to announce results on election night is an indication of malfeasance in the election process, which I think is also an indication of our attention spans as voters and what we've kind of become accustomed to. But Myrna, can you talk a little bit more about what this looks like and why this is such a strong falsehood when it comes to election results?
Right. No, you are 100% correct that we Americans have gotten largely spoiled in getting results on election night. And that was something that probably should have never happened, but we've gotten in the habit of it. And we would be well served by having an attitude adjustment on this. And the reason that I would say is because there are some very pro-voter reasons why we might not find out on election night who won. And I'd like the opportunity to go through them. The first is that if we are letting voters have the absolute maximum time to return their ballot, which is going to be when polls close on election night, those ballots are not going to magically appear in the hands of election administrators to be opened and processed that same night. If we're going to let voters have until that time period to deliberate and to be able to turn it in, and we're going to count those ballots, then we're going to have to give them some time to arrive. The second reason is that we do not want voters' mail ballots getting rejected because of technical defects. That means we want to give voters some information and notice before it happens that there's something wrong with their ballot, and we need to give them the time to fix it. We can't just say, aha, you forgot to sign something, you're out of luck. We want to let them know, and we want to give them the opportunity to mail it in or call in or show up, and to be able to convert that technical defect into a ballot that'll actually count. And if we're going to give people adequate warning that their ballot is in danger because of a defect and give them time to fix it, that also means we're not going to find out on election night who won. And finally, if we want to have faith and confidence in the results of the election, we need to be doing after the fact checks. We need to be covering risk limiting audits. We need to be assessing to make sure that there are no discrepancies between what the machine count said, what the paper trail said. And that also is not going to happen instantaneously. So there are a lot of reasons why voters should get more used to the idea of it being election week rather than election day. I mean, when you think about it, so many people vote early anyway, or they vote with their mail ballot earlier. It's actually always been a misnomer. It's always been a misnomer. And I think our country would be well served to be patient, to make sure that we're giving voters all of the opportunities to cast a ballot and that we're checking and feeling confident in our results.
And I kind of want to throw this over to Sean. You mentioned a little bit earlier about mail-in ballots. And I know, everyone can chime in too, because there's also the idea of provisional ballots, and this concept of what does it mean, particularly in this year, to make sure mail-in ballots get in on time, the request for mail-in ballots, the fact that you don't have to actually mail in your mail-in ballot, you can actually bring it physically in, and what does that look like, and how does that shift the timing and shift the process here, because those mail-in ballots have to be postmarked by a certain date.
Yeah, so the first thing for everyone to keep in mind is that we've had mail voting in the United States for a very long time, and in large portions of the country, everyone's been able to cast a vote by mail for a long time. So this isn't a new thing, and we don't need to be scared of it. But it is going to operate at a different scale this year because of the pandemic. There are going to be a lot more people who don't feel comfortable voting in person are going to be voting by mail. And we've already seen that in the primaries. And there are states that have changed their rules to take the pandemic into account. States like New York, where I live, where in the past we've not everyone has had the opportunity to cast a ballot by mail. Now we can this year. So we're going to see an influx in the number of ballots cast by mail. That's going to impact what Mirna was just talking about. We're going to see ballots arriving, a larger percentage of ballots arriving after Election Day, because, for instance, in New York, as long as you cast your ballot by Election Day, put it in the mailbox by Election Day, it gets counted, even if it arrives a week later. And so that's going to lead to some delay. And when a larger percentage of the ballots are being cast that way, you're going to see more of a delay. The other thing that, as you say, we need to keep in mind here, though, is that the rules are not the same in every state. The rules for when you have to get your ballot in by mail are not the same. The rules for who's allowed to cast a ballot by mail are not the same. The rules for whether or not you can turn it into a drop box or deliver it to the polling places are not the same. Thankfully, a lot of states have made this easier again because of the pandemic this year, but people need to know the rules in their state. They need to know that, for instance, in Florida, you've got to get that ballot in the mail in time to arrive at the elections office by Election Day, not postmarked by Election Day. But you have the option to bring it to a drop box or to an early voting location to drop it off. People need to familiarize themselves with the rules where they live now and start making a plan for how they're going to vote. There's a lot of opportunities to do it, whether it's in person, by mail, at a drop box. But you need to know the rules so you can make a plan so you can ensure that your ballot gets counted.
And Liz, just to top it off and to cap it off here, as we're talking about these voting machines, and we're talking about smaller counties and smaller parishes who've got, whether it's less machines or machines break down, this also impacts, those smaller counties and smaller parishes. I'm from Louisiana, so you're going to hear me say parishes, and how that affects the results actually getting in, even if the results are like in hand. And I know, Mirna, you kind of touched on it, but I think this is also impacted on, ensuring that there are safe results coming in and that the results are accurate.
So you heard Mirna talk about why it's so important to have these procedures, and Sean talk about the impact of the pandemic and the likelihood that it's going to result in a huge increase in absentee and mail voting this cycle. So from an administrative standpoint, where we are specifically in 3 battleground states, so Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, is that the election officials aren't even allowed to start processing the ballots that are coming in. So, conducting signature verification and just confirming voter eligibility until the day of, if not maybe the day right before the election. So this is going to likely cause the election results in those particular states to be somewhat more incomplete than the election results you see in several other states across the country. And, when you're talking about a small parish or a small county, the sizes of these jurisdictions vary drastically. So there's about 8,000 to 10,000 different election jurisdictions in the country. A small parish, or let's say perhaps Carbon County, Pennsylvania, is going to have fewer than 1,000 registered voters and would have to count maybe a couple hundred to several hundred absentee ballots. That's going to be probably perhaps doable in one day, if not 2. This is in comparison to many of the major metros. So Philadelphia, for instance, has approximately 1 million voters. And if we see 30 to 70% of those voters vote by mail, that is just administratively going to take longer to get complete results. And again, the election officials are focused on providing accurate results. They are not focused on providing results that the press can use to read the tea leaves. So they're going to be focused on doing their jobs. And again, this is no different than in the past. We've always had provisional ballots, and election results have never been final on election night. It's just this election is expected to be close.
That is a perfect segue into our next faucet. Thank you so much, Liz. That's not what the election night predictions said. The claim is that election outcomes that differ from election night projections are suspect. So Liz, I want to turn this back over to you, because we are all so used to watching CNN and MSNBC, and for those of us who watch Fox News, or our local news, and we're used to seeing the ticker, right? We're used to seeing this county's in, that county's in, and especially from folks who work in this realm, like we watch it very closely. But what an anchor won't tell you is that these may not be the official or the final results. These are sometimes estimates or what is in. Talk to me a little bit about that, because I feel like that's, based on what you just said, this is going to be extremely important.
I'm not going to pick on any individual outlets, but I think any of the ones you named would have not predicted President Trump to be the winner of the 2016 election prior to November 2016. So we have certainly seen elections in the past where the winner that the press predicted and some polling predicted did not actually end up winning the election. So again, these elections are going to be close. And again, for all the reasons that we've talked about, it is more important than ever that we, and I think Sean mentioned this earlier, that we understand what the procedures are in our state. So we have appropriate expectations for the election results in your county, in your jurisdiction or your parish, and in your state.
So I think the interesting thing that folks might be curious of, like, how vastly different are the election requirements, laws, processes in the different states? Because for a lot of folks, we forget that it is left up to the states to create these processes. And I'll hop back over to Liz.
Well, I hope that Sean and Myrna pipe in. Myrna, is that, I think.
Why don't you get started and I'll jump in.
Okay. They vary very drastically on just any number of measures. The type of voting machines, the type of post-election audits that they have, the type of forms, and whether or not the forms are available online to register to vote, just pretty much almost every way you can think of.
Myrna?
The only thing that I would also say is some of them vary in terms of how many protections that they give their voters. There are definitely states that are creating a climate of being more welcoming and including more voters into the process by either having policies like automatic voter registration or same-day registration, or allowing people in their community who have criminal convictions to be able to vote. We see some jurisdictions that are really committed to the idea of voter education. And we see some that spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to meet their voters' needs. I mean, I tend to think that states and jurisdictions break down into those that are that subscribe to a robust and expansive view of our democracy versus those that are going to do the bare minimum of what they're required to do. And I think we're all better off when more of us are participating in voting.
I love it. So this actually leads to another question I think is very interesting, particularly when you're talking about protecting folks, people's rights. What do you have a right as whether you're the candidate or the voter? Is recounts, audits, and election contests are ways to steal an election. The claim is that recounts, audits, and election contests are illegitimate attempts to undo a valid election result. That's not what I learned in civics, but I'm going to throw it over to the experts. Liz, talk to me. One, talk to folks about what recounts, audits, and election contests are, because they are definitely a different level than just casting your vote. It's that next statement, and a lot of folks I don't think understand, one, what they are, and two, who can actually trigger these mechanisms.
So a little bit, it's going to vary state by state, but a general broad overview is a recount is basically just what it sounds like. Election officials and a mix of candidates and other interested parties will go in and actually recount the ballots that were cast. And so separately, there is a procedure called a post-election audit, which again is going to vary a little bit state by state. But an audit is where you go in and you take a sample of the ballots cast. And then you compare that sample to the total results, and you do an analysis to basically check the accuracy of the outcome, check the accuracy of the voting machine. So a very important piece, and absolutely one of kind of the three foundational measures in election security that we support. And then a contest is going to vary a lot by state. It is often where a party feels that the election result is just absolutely wrong. Sometimes they don't have the option to request a recount, and perhaps a contest is the only option. But basically, they're post-election dispute mechanisms that may provide some opportunity to go back and look at the election results. And these are normal parts of election cycles. I, again, was an election official in Virginia. We, had recounts all the time. we had a recount that actually determined control of the state legislature. I think it was in 2017. We had a recount that determined the attorney general's race back in 2014. These are procedures where you go back in and you, again, just look at the votes that were cast, and you work with both different parties and different candidates, and you come up with the procedures to do this. So, efforts to suggest that these are illegitimate are merely efforts really to decrease voter confidence, not just in the elections, but in our democracy.
Which is interesting, because I know this sounds drastic and everyone says this, but this sometimes comes down to a handful of votes, correct?
Every vote counts. The election that I referenced that determined control of the state house in Virginia came down to one vote.
Wow. And I think it's very interesting because all of us hear this word recount and we think about the movie Recount and Supreme Court cases and all these different things. But this is really something that happens on a regular basis in municipalities, on state levels, within legislative races. That happens all the time as a form of relief to go through and really check. And at this point, how are folks fighting against this when it comes to making it illegitimate? You can't really go in and say, oh, don't do a recount, but it does really change public opinion, correct?
It can. And I think as a general rule, all of these procedures are conducted in a very transparent manner by the election officials. You've seen them engage in just, very innovative ways, even in the middle of a pandemic, even in the middle of social distancing recommendations, to enable their voters and their constituency to have a bird's eye view of what's going on. You've seen multiple election officials install video cameras in their offices. So voters, again, and the public can log in and watch as the election officials are counting the ballots or tabulating them and or conducting the audit. So, the pandemic has presented some challenges, but as a general rule, the transparency is built into this and provides many opportunities for voters to have their questions answered. And I absolutely encourage everyone that has any question to reach out and talk to their local election official and ask them to walk through the various security measures that they are taking to keep their election secure and to make sure that their voters' vote counts as cast.
Wow. Well, okay. So as we're talking about votes being cast, I want to talk about assisted voting for this next falsehood. People can't help people vote. So the claim is that groups that help many voters cast their absentee ballots are engaged in illegal ballot harvesting, and laws that allow such assistance enable election fraud. Okay, Sean, break down what ballot harvesting is, why it is illegal, and what actually people are doing when they're assisting people who really do need assistance to cast a legitimate ballot.
Well, I think ballot harvesting is a term that's sort of used to conflate a couple things together in order to make a claim that, again, is a myth. And what's happening is when folks talk about ballot harvesting and attempt to suggest that someone helping another person cast their ballot is indicative of some sort of malfeasance or something nefarious going on, they're conflating the idea of ballot collection and assistance in collecting and turning in ballots with ballot tampering, which of course is illegal. Ballot collection, helping someone turn in their ballot, absentee ballot, is legal in most states. In most states, you could have certain people, whether it be a legal guardian or a caretaker, turn your ballot in for you if you need assistance. In some states, the group of people who can do that for you is broader. But there's no correlation between the states that allow a broader type of ballot collection and assistance in that regard and the places where we've seen ballot tampering take place. There have been some recent scandals of ballot tampering where political actors, campaigns have done bad things, collecting, taking people's ballots and messing with them or destroying them or that kind of thing. That is obviously illegal everywhere. And it is also caught and prosecuted. And that's why we very rarely hear about these scandals. But when we do, it's because someone's getting in a whole lot of trouble for it. We have laws against this, and they don't have anything to do with whether or not a state allows people to help others vote. As I said, most states do. And the states that allow more of that have no more prevalence of these sort of ballot tampering crimes taking place.
So I love that folks are getting very equipped with knowledge. And I want to give a couple of examples of what is voter assistance, right? Like, when does this kind of, and I know it's different, again, state by state, who can and when and how, but can you give us a couple of examples just to kind of nail in how important voter assistance can be for folks?
Yeah, I mean, so as I said, in some states, the group of people who can turn in a ballot for someone else can be quite broad. It could be that I turn in the ballot for everyone in my household. I turn in my wife's ballot and my mom's ballot. But or it could be that that there are sort of broader collection efforts than that. But in order to give people an idea of why these laws exist, it's perhaps better to point to the cases that are legal in basically every state, or most states, I should say. And that's, for instance, your elderly grandmother who can't cast her ballot herself. And so her caretaker or a family member or a legal guardian can collect the ballot for her and turn it in. I think that's something that we should all want, and that's why it's legal. It's someone who has a disability that's preventing them from casting their ballot. There are all kinds of reasons why we don't want those kinds of limitations that people have to prevent them from participating in our elections. And so that's why states allow people to do this kind of thing. But some states have, relaxed the rules a little bit more than that to allow even broader collection of people to turn in ballots, because we can't necessarily say, sitting here today, all of the many reasons why you might need assistance in turning your ballot, and we want to make it, we want to facilitate and make it easy for people to cast ballots and to vote. And that's particularly the case right now when there are all kinds of new obstacles to people getting the ballot turned in during a pandemic. And the important thing to remember is that the states that are allowing that broader group of people to help make sure everyone gets a chance to vote, we're not seeing, there's no evidence that that is somehow causing any kind of additional crime or problems, or that the mere fact that someone is helping their fellow citizen cast their ballot somehow suggests that something nefarious is going around. It's kind of a crazy thing to suggest, in fact, right? Like that just the fact that I'm helping someone who needs help casting their ballot to cast it, that I am, that that we should all be suspicious of that. That's a good thing. It's good to help people vote and to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to participate.
And I assume that that's going to be extremely important, particularly when we're dealing with folks who may have at-risk condition, be at higher risk for COVID, or may be in quarantine because they are being safe and taking care of their fellow human and ensuring that they're not getting other folks sick, or whatever the cause is, particularly if they've been traveling and have to be in quarantine. Like, I'm sure there's dozens of new reasons in 2020.
To make it a little more personal, I recently moved back to New York from out of state after being gone for a little while, and was coming from my in-laws' home in Illinois. And so I had to self-quarantine when I got to New York because the rates are higher in Illinois than they are in New York. It is that, as we've already talked about, it might be that I'm coming down to the wire in terms of mailing in my ballot and getting it turned in order for it to be counted. If I'm in a situation where I don't want to leave my home or shouldn't leave my home, or where we don't want to have 6 people from my home all go to the polling place to drop off our ballots to make sure our ballots are counted, it's in everybody's best interest to let one person collect those ballots and bring them in and drop them off in the drop box in order to avoid breaking quarantine, in order to make sure they get in on time, and in order to avoid the crowding at the polls that's never good, but that can be particularly dangerous during a pandemic.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the things that I wanted to say is also that I think there's something really messed up about the fact that assisting a voter try and cast a ballot that is reflective and consistent with what their hopes and dreams for the country gets conflated with people perpetrating fraud upon voters, with people stealing their votes, with people tampering their votes. And we see laws that target one and act like it's the same thing as something else. Like, one of them is giving voice and assisting someone effectuate their vote. The other one is corroding it and corrupting it and denying somebody an actual say. And I think that the idea that people would be so self-serving and so just cynical and so manipulative to try and treat both of those things as the same thing, justifying the same response, is a problem in our democracy that we need to face and that we need to call out. We need to call out the voters that are trying to treat those two instances as the same, because they're not. They're two different ills. They're two different victims. And we need to not give them a pass when they try and do things like that.
And I think that goes for our last falsehood as well, which is we need more aggressive purges to clear out all of the ineligible voters. The claim is that aggressive voter purges are needed because voter rolls are infected with large numbers of ineligible voters. I'm going to go back to you first, Myrna, but I think everyone's got a little bit to add to this.
So everybody in this country is better off when our rolls are clean and accurate, right? We're better off when we know who is supposed to be voting and who lives where and who is eligible and what polling places they should go to. We all benefit from election administrators not having to spend more money printing out poll books or sending out mail ballots. That is not in dispute. What has turned into a ridiculous political debate is how much risk are we willing to take in the hopes of achieving perfectly clean rolls, that we're going to throw eligible people off the rolls. Because if you have been purged, there's a good chance that you're not going to find out till you show up at election day. And I got to tell you, there's not a whole lot that can be done for you when that happens. And so what we need is sensible, thoughtful, deliberative processes that have not been overly politicized, that are not haphazard, that are not called because you have some crazy attorney general claiming that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of non-citizens on the rolls. We need very sober data-based analysis about what changes we need to make in order to make sure that our rolls are as clean as possible, recognizing the very big gravity that comes from us getting it wrong. And so, unfortunately, we're in a mode where we are seeing a lot of anti-voter groups actually suing election administrators because they are not purging aggressively enough, which I think really goes to this idea of two Americas. You have half of America that is terribly worried that they're going to be illegitimately purged. And then you have these political activists that are trying to purge people more, so much so that they're actually hauling election administrators into court. We do have good guardrails. The federal laws, the motor voter law, which the technical term is the National Voter Registration Acts, sets forth certain protocols that if states follow, strike a balance between getting our rolls perfectly pristine and between making sure that eligible voters aren't thrown off. And instead of trying to sneak in ways to purge outside of the NVRA, we need to be thoughtful about enforcing it, which means not only the parts of the NVRA or motor voter that get more people on the rolls, and the parts of it that add transparency and the parts of it that make sure that more people are brought into our system, those are the parts that we need to be focusing on at least as much as we're focusing on those provisions that get people off the rolls. And certainly if we're going to be getting people off the rolls, we must give them all of the protections they're entitled to under law.
And I think it's interesting, and I'm sure folks who are watching, some might be quite surprised that you don't get a notification. Sometimes you do not find out if you've been purged, or sometimes you've been sent a notification that doesn't seem like a notification if you don't respond. Like, there's a lot of different methods that have been used here. At the end of the day, and I'll open this up to you, Sean or Liz, like, how does this impact the voters themselves? Obviously, they get to the polls and they can't cast a ballot, but this seems like a little bit of a deterrent for folks in believing that they have the right to vote if they could just be washed out of the polls.
Yeah, so I will say they should get notice. Unfortunately, it is a violation of the law when they are not given notice. Unfortunately, it has happened, and there have been lawsuits and enforcement actions as a result of that. But sometimes people don't get notice. Sometimes they don't realize they got notice, so they don't realize what that notice means for them and what they need to do about it. And the fact is, as Myrna said, the way this often plays out is that someone shows up to vote on election day and they get there to cast their ballot and they don't show up on the books and they don't know why and they can't figure it out. And they might cast a provisional ballot, but that's not necessarily going to get counted. In many instances, it won't get counted. There are a couple of ways of dealing with that, with this problem, I should say. The first is, as Myrna said, not to have these often illegal and overly aggressive purge practices in effect in the first place to knock people off the rolls inappropriately. And the second is, along with that, to make sure that everyone gets all of the notice and protections that they're entitled to before they're removed from the rolls. The third is to put good policies on the books. Myrna already referenced automatic voter registration. Same day, election day registration is another one, to make sure that if someone does find themselves in that unfortunate situation of showing up to vote on election day and being told they're not on the rolls, they have the opportunity right then and there to get registered, get on the rolls, and cast their ballot. And there are some states that have that policy now, but more could be doing it, and it would really help prevent this terrible situation. The important thing for voters to do is to check their registration, to do it now. We're heading into an election. You want to make sure you're on the rolls. You want to make sure you're registered at your current address. And you need to do that. In some states, the deadline for registering is coming up in the next couple of weeks for the November election. So people should be doing that now to make sure that they're not going to face this really unfortunate situation.
Awesome. Well, oh, please, Liz, yes.
Well, I was just going to add on, like Sean said, please, I hope everyone gets to check their voter registration right now, make sure that it's current and up to date. And just from an election official standpoint, so there are absolutely bad actors in this space, and they're engaged in just nakedly partisan efforts to disenfranchise voters. But list maintenance, quality list maintenance, and compliance with these, guardrails that are, pretty simple, is not free. It is, it costs money. And again, to the extent that our election infrastructure and our election officials have been just chronically underfunded, this is another reason why we need to invest in our democracy, and specifically, right, in these offices and the technology and the infrastructure to do this well.
Well, I want to thank all of you so much for all of your fantastic insight. This was absolutely amazing. I have one final question. If you could paint a picture of an all-inclusive, not as sporadically spaced out, protected system where every American has the right to vote, what would it look like? I'm going to go to Myrna first.
I would say it is one in which every eligible American is registered to vote and participating, and one in which we reduce, if not eliminate, those laws disenfranchising people because of criminal convictions.
Sean?
Yeah, I think I want to harken back to something Myrna said early on, but it bears repeating. All of these myths that we're talking about today, so many of them are designed to disenfranchise certain people. They're designed to accomplish racist objectives and to stop people, Black people, Latino people, people of color from voting. And they're also designed to play to people's fears in precisely that way, right? The references to infected voter rolls or to non-citizens voting, they're all playing to people's xenophobia and fears of the other and fears of someone coming to invade their democracy or whatever. So they're designed to play to people's fears in order to justify policies that accomplish exactly that thing. So if I'm looking at the sort of ideal democracy, it looks exactly like Myrna said, but in order to get there, it means getting rid of all of this nasty rhetoric, these myths, and the clear intentions of some to stop, not just to stop voting and to reduce voting, and there's certainly an aim to do that, but to target it at certain communities. We need to come to terms with the fact that that has been the history of our country since its founding, and we need to get into a place where we're not thinking about how we think someone is going to vote when we decide whether or not they have the right to vote. We're not thinking about whether or not someone looks like us or comes from the same place as us when we're thinking about how to design our democracy. We're just trying to do it in a way that will ensure every single person has the opportunity and will actually cast a ballot.
Liz?
I would just say that it would be a system where it's easy for everyone that wants to participate to do so, whatever that means for them.
I love it. And I know this year that a lot of folks are going to be looking at all of the options we talked about on this panel, whether it's early vote, mail-in, in-person. And I know that there's always this absentee versus mail-in, depending on which state and depending on the requirements. And for you, just to kind of close up, if folks want to learn any more information, I know we mentioned about folks checking their voter registration. We mentioned folks going to go see what the requirements are. If any of you want to drop any great resources before we close up the panel for folks to follow up and get more information, particularly about their state, their county or parish, about how they can utilize a lot of these mechanisms, that would be great.
I'll just say we have on our website a page about preparing your state for an election in a pandemic that lists where all 50 states and DC are on so many of the policies that are relevant to voting during a pandemic. We also have a set of toolkits for activists in all 50 states and DC, what needs to be done still and how you can talk to your local elections officials about getting the things that are left to be done. So I would commend everybody to go take a look at those. But we also have resources on basically all of the myths that we talked about today about how voter fraud is not rampant, about every single thing we talked about today. And so just get on our website and look around and find out more there.
I think that was absolutely perfect. And I have checked out some of those resources. They're pretty amazing. I've been using the Brennan Center for years. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much to the Public Theater and the Public Forum for hosting this. And, you know, please vote.
Vote. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you to Angélique, to Sean, Liz, Myrna, and our friends at the Brennan Center for all of their expertise. And like Sean said, if you want to learn more about defending our elections, voter security, fair representation, if you need resources in all 50 states and DC, go to brennancenter.org for more information. So up next, creative activism continues with a conversation between scholar and author P. Carl and noted playwright and poet Claudia Rankine. Stay tuned. My name is Brian Joseph Lee. I'm the Director of Public Forum, and welcome back to Creative Activism, a day of art, ideas, and action. Next up, we have an interview with noted playwright and poet Claudia Rankine, who discusses her new book, Just Us, her experience navigating the worlds of academia and the American theater, and her vision for working across difference to create change. This session is moderated by artist, activist, scholar, and author P. Carl. Take a look.
Thanks so much, Brian. I know Claudia and I are both really happy to be here, part of the Public Forum's Creative Action Summit. We're just going to start talking. Yeah, Claudia?
Yes, thank you, Brian. Hi, Carl. How are you?
Great to see you on your. I know you've been off on the book tour, which really doesn't mean off anywhere. You've been on Zoom for the book tour. Your book, Just Us, is out. I thought it'd be great to just start our conversation. I really love the way the book starts with the question. It's like I guess a poem, but the question of what if, and it's really about what if change. And I just wondered maybe if you want to talk a little bit about that. You in that poem kind of name all the barriers. And then imagine what if. So we might start there.
Yeah, maybe I'll just read it.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Great, perfect.
That way we don't have to imagine what it says. What does it mean to want an age-old call for change, not to change? And yet, also, to feel bullied by the call to change. How is a call to change named shame? Named penance, named chastisement? How does one say, what if, without reproach? The root of chastise is to make pure. The impossibility of that. Is that what repels and not the call for change? That opening poem really was meant to engage this question of how people say they want change, but then resist these moments of change. They see protest as riots, even in, like, wait a second. So I wanted the book to start in the imaginative trajectory of moving forward beyond the resistance to the call for change.
The one thing that I was struck by in that in the poem is the word pure, that there is a kind of a culture among us, and I really mean in all directions, of a kind of chastisement about what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, how we're doing what we're doing. It is a really such a divisive time in the country, and you see that division in all areas, and it has this feeling of we have to get it right this time, and then the question becomes, what does right look like? So I know for myself, I really think a lot about what does right look like, and where does it look right in what context? And I kind of wondered about your use of that word.
Sure. I think I wanted to start out with the place of impossibility. Yeah. That this notion that there is a right way towards change that will accomplish everything on everybody's bucket list, to me seems a little bit defeating the self before you even get started. One of the things I loved about the civil rights period, where you had the strategy of Martin Luther King, you had the strategy of Elijah Muhammad, you had the strategy of Malcolm X, you had the Black Power movement, you had so many different people moving forward in whatever way they imagined change, and they weren't trying to stop the other person. They might have disagreed with the other person, but everybody went forward and did what they could do in the way that they could do it. And this is something I've spoken to the writer and activist Sarah Schulman about a lot, because she talks about it relative to ACT UP New York during the AIDS crisis in the 80s. And one of the things she said to me that has stuck with me is that ACT UP never told anybody they couldn't do something. If you wanted to go to the church and do a die-in, you could do that. If you wanted to work in the insurance company to try and get coverage for people who were having symptoms that weren't listed as AIDS related, you could do that. You could, whatever you wanted to do, however you wanted to attack the problem at hand, that's what you did. And people wouldn't join you if they weren't interested in joining you, but nobody stood in your way. And we are in a curious time now, because it's such a divisive landscape, where people are wanting to stop this and stop that, and then it creates an impossibility of movement. I mean, what's happening with the protests, fantastic, but that's one way. There are other ways to move. There are people inside institutions and companies that are working for change, and that's another way. So I wanted to use that word pure to say there is no purity of method or achievement. It is always going to be messy, because people are messy. And we're in a culture that is an old culture that has entrenched ideas. Some people, we will never, ever change their minds about anything because they are insane.
Yeah. Because they're infecting bleach. That is how we know. I think that idea of how we really allow each other space to sort through these issues, how we talk about them. I think there's been a lot of questions around, and you and I've had this conversation many times, whose work is it to do? Should white people be talking amongst themselves and doing their own thing and their own work? And what is the role of discourse among us, and you name the book Just Us, and I think about that a lot, because I wonder, and I wonder sometimes if it's a white privilege thing to think we have to all be in conversation with each other. I mean, as a trans guy, I don't just want to talk to trans people. I want to be able to understand why people feel, the fallback of racism as, as a kind of weapon that they can use at their will. I mean, you and I've had that conversation about Amy Cooper, who weaponizes race and knows how to do it. And so it's not always just people who are in the KKK per se, but it's a culture that's learned that. And then what does it take, to unlearn that, and how do we do that, apart and together?
Yes, this whole thing around whose job it is to do anything, to me seems the wrong question. It's one of those claims that seems to be, it has an automatic answer. Of course, we are all responsible to the future. It's no one person's job, and there's no one way to go at it. If a person wants to say, look, I personally cannot work with white allies, that's their choice, and they can come up with another way to do the work that they need to do. I personally, and I'm speaking wholly for myself, obviously, I think an institution like white supremacy that began with segregationist policies that, it spent a lot of time putting in place policies, legislation, housing laws, you name it, to create segregationist ways of life to prevent us from working together. So I am not interested in continuing the structure that was handed to me by white supremacy. I will take help from wherever it comes. If somehow Mitch McConnell woke up and had a moment where he was like, oh my God, what was I doing? Claudia, what can we do together? I might be willing at that moment to move forward. I mean, that is.
I hope
that is so far on the fantasy side that I don't even have to worry about that. But my point being that I personally think that even as we make our own choices, we really want to, what was it? Audre Lorde said, the master's tools will not dismantle the master's house. And segregationist attitudes is the master's tool. So I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in coalition building, in working with anybody who will work with me, in talking, having discourse around these subjects, and in moving forward. I'm not interested in critiquing other Black people who feel differently from me, because they are not my problem. They're not the people who are putting in place mechanisms of surveillance, of murder, etc. So if that's how another person wants to do it, if they need to work on their own, then they should work on their own. But for my own purposes, I am not interested in that. And another way of thinking about this is that people have been disappointed by white liberals for forever, and it's not that these liberals are actually worse than the worst conservative. The worst conservatives are worse. But the liberals are more disappointing because they put themselves forward as sharing an agenda, and then suddenly, as white people, they go white and begin to replicate the structures that inevitably will lead to my demise. So that, so I think that kind of hesitancy to work with white liberals comes from a history of being disappointed again and again and again by them. But our own family members disappoint us. So I think if we want change, we're going to have to create a we that's larger than just us. And as for, Black women, 97% voted for Hillary Clinton. 97% of Black women were able to say, this is not what we want. What has happened, we didn't have to wait till it happened to know that it was going to happen. We knew this in 2015. Why other people, white men, the 62% who voted for Trump, and we can talk about that. And those people, I think they voted for what they wanted. I think it wasn't a mistake. I think they are invested in a structure that centralizes their power and their positions and themselves.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that is so much a part of this conversation and why I think segregating out is so difficult is that we're all intertwined in capitalism and dependent upon it. I think one of the reasons white liberals are so disappointing is who wants to give up that advantage, right? I mean, I think any kind of justice, any kind of equity, people have to give things up to get that, right?
Exactly.
It's not just having good intentions. It's not just voting. People have to legitimately give up things that are comfortable, that they rely upon as, you know, their own soothing things. That, and I think the intertwining of capitalism is also complicated because, you know, even I mean, we're all living in that. So Black people are not escaping that. And, you know, it's interesting in this moment, one of the really wonderful things that is happening is that people are beginning to say, oh my gosh, we have to hire Black people. And like we haven't had that conversation for 30 or 40 years, but suddenly it's actually happening. And you and I were talking the other day, we were laughing that it's actually reached the tennis channel, which means that, you know, pretty much we've solved the racism problem if there's somebody, a Black man doing a commentary on the tennis channel. And I think the question becomes when integration is also integration into capitalism, then, you know, how will things change based on new bodies in old positions, right? So that question of, representation being central to change, but also where does systemic change come from, and what do white people have to give up to get really systemic change?
Exactly. I was thinking as you were speaking that I wonder how different things would have been if instead of affirmative action, it was called equity action. You know, that if the desire to create equity included all of us, and that's what we were working towards, rather than tokenism, then maybe the change in language would allow for a different kind of investment in where we were going, if that makes sense. Because I think that one of the mistakes we've seen in the past is that people have thought, I'll hire one Black person, I'll check that box off, and we're done. And it had nothing to do with how equity worked in their companies or their institutions. It had nothing to do with their own commitment to anti-Blackness. So I think we also need to start changing the language around what we want. And there's a lot of talk now about, you know, white people should be able to feel discomfort and hold discomfort and be uncomfortable. To me, that's not quite it. It's more what you're saying. It's about capitalism. It's understanding the ways in which racism and capitalism work together and how to change that dynamic. And so it might mean giving some stuff up, but that's stuff that you shouldn't have had in the first place. You know, so I think these different ways of talking about things might help us as a we in our different publics. Not that we will become one public. We will always have various publics, but those publics can join together as a we in terms of the desire to create equity within our communities.
Yeah, I think, and it's interesting that when you start to try to have that conversation, which I have often with my students, you know, of various races and ethnicities, but oftentimes, you know, a fair number of white students, when you really start to talk about what giving up means, I don't think Americans know how to talk about that. Like the whole system that I teach in, the whole the theater that I've worked in for 20 years, these are all based in progress narratives, right? And progress narratives are based in advancement. And I think so when I'm talking to a 20-year-old about, well, what are you going to give up? All they're thinking about is what they're going to get. And I don't mean that selfishly. I just mean that that's what you do when you put yourself into college so that you can engage capitalism with all the benefits that you need to do it. And so I think that to your point, we've been asking a lot of the wrong questions. And I think that's for me, and I find when I ask those questions, it's not something anybody knows how to really answer. And so, you know, to your poem at the beginning of the book, you also use the word bullying. The minute you say that, people feel, well, what do you mean? You know, they feel bullied by the thought that they took something they shouldn't have taken, and it's not about some individual action. It's about this notion of inheritance that we as white people have not wanted to acknowledge.
And it's funny because this whole idea of legacy and inheritance somehow is dropped out of the script in favor of the Horatio Alger narrative, the bootstrap narrative of I climbed my way to the top. And even if it was my grandfather who climbed his way to the top, or my father who climbed that becomes the narrative. I worked really, really hard. And I think even Black people then gave that narrative to Black children. You know, you're going to go to school and the teacher's going to be racist, but you're going to work twice as hard. You're going to get the same thing or less, but you're going to work twice as hard. So this idea that you are able to get through it if you work twice as hard is another version of the same bootstrap narrative. Like somehow you, Carl, can work a little bit and then you'll make it. And I, Claudia, I'm going to work twice as hard and then I'll make it. And then, you know, and then those people who didn't work hard or twice as hard, the fact that they didn't make it, that's on them. Yeah. So we have to get beyond that narrative and think of one that, this is why I'm falling back into the language of equity, but think of narratives that take into account the ways in which the society at large has, what's the word when in sports when you get a handicap?
Yeah, handicap.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
When that we have been handicapped in different ways. And that has to be taken into account. I mean, when you think about the wealth gap, my $10 to your $100. For every $10 I work, you get $100. And that leads to the house you can buy. It leads to whether or not you're renting your entire life. It leads to how precarious you are in this moment, which leads to how angry you are in this moment and how vulnerable you are in this moment when you have a time without leadership where the country has intentionally been led into being unprepared for the vaccine that has wiped out almost 200,000 people. So I think we have to, it's, you know, it's redundant, but I think we have to get back to actually beginning again, naming again, reinvesting in different approaches towards things.
Yeah, I think about that even in working, you know, in a college setting and thinking about again asking the wrong questions. I think of all the trainings. I mean, the thing that's of course I think most frustrating about this particular moment, the you know, fascist leadership aside, the thing that's most frustrating about this moment is I think for people that have been thinking about this issue for a long time, it feels like repetition, right? And so it's been funny. I'm teaching this course, and I'm a theater course, and I'm teaching sort of these parallel worlds in the theater, which is one is teaching about pandemics and a pandemic play, and we're reading Daniel Defoe's Journal of a Plague Year, and then looking at a play like Twilight from Anna Devere Smith, and you could literally rip off the cover to Daniel Defoe's Journal of a Plague Year, written in the 1600s, and rip off the cover of Twilight, written in 1992, and just put 2020 on the covers of both of them, and it's like nothing has changed. And and of course it's not nothing, but the conversation has not changed.
Exactly.
And when I went back to read Twilight, because I hadn't thought about it in a while, it just shook me to my core to think we were asking the exact same questions. So something that we've been doing, because I can say from my perspective as a white person, I've been in a lot of trainings, done a lot of readings, I've seen seen the theater particularly say it's investing in equity and inclusion for a long time. So it's not like this just suddenly popped up, right? And when you look at something like Twilight, and I mean the whole thing about police being able to put somebody in a chokehold is one of the questions in the book. That's 1992, and so I think the real the real frustration, and also, but I think the challenge is to say, we can't just do what we've been doing, right? Because we've already been doing that, and yet there's George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and the list goes on, and so that's the part that I think for me I feel most challenged by. Like and so sometimes when I see like demands for change, we need more training, we need more of this, it's like, yes, we do, but what actually unearths these structures that just fall back into place almost the moment you upend them for a minute, and yeah. So anyway, that's been I just wonder, like, what does it look like to try to take this moment and do it differently?
Well, I think it looks like risk, right? It means that you're going to do things that don't have a certain outcome that you can see set in place, but you're going to do it anyway. So here's a fantasy thing. I'm not saying anybody should do this or is doing it or will do it, but what if, we as culture makers have asked actors and technicians and all kinds of people to live in a precarious way so that we can maybe one day ask them to be involved in our project. And then they're supposed to drop everything and come and work on our musical or our tour or our this or our that. And then when it's over, our relationship is over. So how can the entire, for example, theater community, not a single theater, but theater community, work together to create a way in which those people, all of them, have a basic living wage no matter what's happening in their lives? Now, that would mean that fundraising would work differently. It would mean that people wouldn't be always working on a thing to get compensated. It would mean maybe flattening out fees so that people get paid less here, but all the time. But it can be done. But we have the kinds of asks that we have made to creatives in this country is insane. And we are seeing that insanity now. Now when people are finding themselves in positions where where there's precarity around housing, there's precarity around food, there's precarity around their own ability to take care of their own health. And who do they go to? Who do they ask? Who will help them? So as a community, I think we need to, that should be our priority right now, not creating product to entertain people who are in their houses.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's lots of stuff on Netflix they can watch. But that's what I mean. It's like, what risks can we take in order to stabilize the community that we depend upon?
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about that is because in so many ways the institutions that house the theater work exactly the way the bootstrap world works, right? It's every theater for themselves. And one thing I've seen over 20 or more years working in the theater that's always, I've never really understood it. I think maybe because I didn't start as a theater insider, which is I've never understood the lack of real, honest, collaboration. I don't mean, oh yes, a company co-produces with another company or that. Yes, those things happen, but that every theater has its own fundraising department, its own marketing department. There's no sense that we are in it together as a community, to your point, and we don't have any structures in place to change that. And even when now we hit this moment of this, crash of a pandemic and just incredible racist violence and a mass movement, we've hit that. There's still no ideas on the table that I've seen. Maybe there are, and I'm wrong, but there's no ideas on the table to say we're broader than, it's like we're broader than the family, our own family. We're bigger than the single theater that we work in. And I think the only way that you really mess up the bootstraps notion of capitalism, I got what I got, is you actually have to change the sense of who you're connected to. Right. And I keep thinking about this in terms of the pandemic. I mean, 200,000 people have died, and we have not discussed that at all as a country, right? 200,000 people, and we know it's going to come and get us. It's going to come and get us. We don't know how yet, but it's going to come and get us. And that is, to me, such a representation of our lack of our sense of connection at a national level. But then, the theater can't brag of being any different than that, right? The publishing world can't brag of being any different than that. And so the arts, in one way, perpetuate the same ideas. And I think the nonprofit sector often does that with some kind of virtue signaling, because we're not in it for the money, but yes, we are. And so I think this idea of broadening our notion of who we're connected to is really the only way that we will see each other differently. So.
Yeah, I think, we need to stop thinking in scarcity with a scarcity mentality and sort of, this is ours, and be able to open out to our greater communities and trust, and that's the other thing, it takes trust. Mm-hmm. And there's a way in which no one trusts anyone. Everyone is trying to see what they can get for themselves. It's too bad. I mean, I think it comes down to that. And there are people out there who are doing, I know one institution has hired a number of artists during this period to think about how to approach art making in the future. And those are real jobs that they have given them. So there are people out there thinking beyond just production, and thinking in terms of creating equity within the field itself.
Yeah, you know, I just been thinking about because I kind of in the midst of a lot of looking at the history of how white men talk to each other, and I keep thinking about how even in the most beneficent situations of white men trying to do supposedly good things, that there's a kind of language of rationality around how change happens, and one thing I think about is that the great trauma narrative, white men have created a trauma narrative that they've turned into logic and rationality, and so we're living in this idea that that certain ways of behaving are logical, and those ways are actually built on mistrust, right? And I think so that's the sort of logic. And then the people that go, gosh, the people that feel in trauma are the people that don't understand this logic, but the logic is really trauma. And so I think that us beginning to change the language in which we speak, and really thinking, and you and I've had this conversation, because logic means nothing when you're talking about race, when you talk about survival, right? Like, and so what happens is we do a diversity training, or if you feel you're in survival mode, my words might pierce you in a way that I never intend, because I can never know what your body feels from my words, right? Like, I think I'll think, oh, I didn't say anything. Did I say something to upset you? And I think us not understanding the ways in which language works on bodies is really systemic racism and white supremacy and white masculinity, creating a notion that we live in some version of the head, and that language, if you string the sentences together right, you should understand what I'm saying, and that, as your work points out, and Isabel Wilkerson and all of the people who've been writing just incredible books just coming out this year, we just forgot our history, so that we only remembered the language that suited the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative is the thing. As James Baldwin said, if you can change one word in the sentence, you can change the reality, One of the things as you were speaking, I was thinking about Fairview, and the ways in which, as you know, in Fairview, the actor asked the audience to move, the white people in the audience to move from their seats and stand on stage so that they could create in the space of the audience a space for Black people and people of color to exist aspirationally, something that doesn't exist in the world. And so the ask is such a small ask for like 5 minutes. Will you get up from your seat and stand, instead of sitting there, will you go and stand there? And when I was at the play, at Jackie's play, I was thinking, when people say no to this small thing, how can I expect them in the world to do anything that matters? Anything. If this small inconvenience, you can sit here for 5 minutes or you can stand there for 5 minutes. And you have white people saying, no, I can't do that. And I won't do it because it feels like tokenism. So this idea of it's too much of a tokenist gesture. So this gesture, I can't stand it in the imagination. So how, if I can't practice it in the imagination, how the hell am I going to do it in real life? Yeah. And that's what I mean about the disappointment of white liberal America. The unwillingness to even try a thing out, to do the what if of a moment, even in an imaginative space. So if that's impossible to think, then the shift in the narrative is impossible to make. Yeah. You know, that because that's how you start it. You start it in the imagination, and then it becomes a new story that can be told and can be enacted.
Yeah, that's really the brilliance of that play, is to, you know, is to imagine how that could happen, and then to see that resistance. I think it really makes me think about how, you know, people are in survival mode even in 5-minute increments. Like, this is threatening in some way, right? Mm-hmm. And I think you think, well, what is threatening about this 5 minutes? Like, how will this undo you in your place in history or in society? And yet something about it's about the ask. And I keep thinking about this word now that we have in our culture called anti-maskers. Like, isn't it weird that that's a word? People who won't wear masks in the pandemic, you know, an anti-masker, because we are in the 5 minutes that you walk into the store to grab milk, we want you to put a mask on, you know, so that people can live. And that is somehow, you know, breaking in on their notion of their freedom, and that the 5 minutes could really test their whole ability to survive as free in the country, you know. And I think Jackie's play really did that in a kind of similar way, and now you see it playing out, and it's so crazy. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. And you, as we all know, the people that are sitting in that play are white liberals, you know, so we know that they think of themselves as good people, not terribly racist people. And yet that 5 minutes is, but then those same liberals think of the anti-maskers as insane, but you know, we're all afraid of our 5 minutes of letting go.
Did you see that Barr said that that slavery was the only thing that was worse than having to wear a mask?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. I mean, what? And
do you think he's just having us on? He's like, I'm going to go say this in public.
Yeah, I know.
And so those silly liberals can be like outraged.
Yeah, I mean that, and if all the people, if you don't count the people who died in blue states, the number isn't so high in COVID. I mean, we've lied to ourselves so much about our history that honestly, I mean, we've gone and, you know, it is a kind of psychosis in the entire culture, and I think that is, I mean, if not now, when, right? Because we've gotten so far from reality. And it's a reality that Black people have known for a long time, that the erasure, right? And white people are like, Tulsa, Oklahoma, we didn't know, when did that happen? Yeah, I mean, just all of these omissions over time that we now have to somehow let in, and this is the great impingement on freedom. I mean, the reason that you know, half of the government is saying nobody should teach the 1619 project, which is absolutely the most ridiculous notion imaginable, that we can't have conflicting or additive notions of history, and so each effort at kind of incremental change seems to pose such a great threat. And I think it's that that we have to be willing to give up that 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes, and then 15, and then 20, you know.
Yeah, and you know, it's the resistance is intentional because the omission was intentional.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, it's not as if they're resisting a radical change. The history is the history. the omissions were made in order to centralize whiteness, to create a narrative that says that the benevolent white people were here just to make America great. And so those, even as they were acting, they were subtracting.
Yeah.
So everything was being done, and then the history books were taking them away. My favorite moment of late was a Black woman who said, it's okay to take down the monuments, the Confederate monuments, because my body is the best monument you'll ever get.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's moving around, so it'll follow you wherever you go. So, don't worry about it.
Don't worry. There's Pedro Almodovar has a documentary about Franco in Spain, and in Spain the people that Franco murdered are living underneath the highways. So people can actually go in Spain and go to a highway and say, my mother is down there, right? And so there's a whole movement to excavate these bodies, and several times over, Spain passed a law of forgetting. They passed a law, you will forget, right?
Yeah, and Poland did the same thing.
Yes, yeah, but an actual law of forgetting. And so I was talking to my students about the monuments, and for a moment they were like, well, the monuments are, I think they thought I was saying they should stay up so we won't forget. And I was like, no, the monuments are the forgetting.
Right.
The monuments are the forgetting, and the woman who's walking around is the remembering, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's good. Well, as always, I could sit and chat with you for many hours, as we often do, and I just want to say, I really do want to say, Claudia, the book is really. It's a piece of art, as always. It's more than a book. I keep saying it should be a museum exhibit in the way that you've laid it out. And I think one of the great acts of activism over the last many years has been your writing. It certainly has had a great impact on many people, myself included, and I really feel like that gift of activism has made a dent in how we talk about race in America. So it's really and I kind of was just amazed that you can write one masterpiece after another. So thank you for that. Really.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Claudia and P. Carl, for that fantastic conversation. You can find Claudia's new book, Just Us, and P. Carl's book, Becoming a Man, wherever you get your fine literature, so definitely check it out. Up next, Creative Activism continues with an in-depth conversation with playwright and MacArthur Genius Grant Fellow Dominique Morisseau. This session is co-broadcast with our friends at WNYC's Green Space. Check it out. Good evening. My name is Brian Joseph Lee. I am the Director of Public Forum, and welcome back to Creative Activism, a day of art, ideas, and action. I am thrilled to round out this full day of workshops, panel discussions, and conversations with an interview with noted playwright and MacArthur Genius Grant Fellow, Dominique Morisseau. This session is co-broadcast with our friends at WNYC's Green Space. It's a fantastic conversation. I hope you enjoy.
Hi, everybody. Alison Stewart here, and we are closing out this Creative Activism Day with an in-depth interview with Dominique Morisseau. She, of course, is an award-winning playwright and MacArthur Genius Fellow, and one of the few Black women to be produced on Broadway. If you're not familiar with her work, I know you are, but I'm going to let you know some of the plays. She has written The Detroit Project, as well as Pipeline, Sunset Baby, Blood at the Root, and Follow Me to Nelly's. And of course, she was nominated for a Tony Award for Ain't Too Proud to Beg, which of course was the book for the Temptations musical on Broadway. And for folks of the public, she was part of the Public's Emerging Writers Group. Dominique, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to offer a correction that you said something that everybody says. It's called Ain't Too Proud, The Life and Times of the Temptations. And everybody always says Ain't Too Proud to Beg, of course, because that's the name of the song. But I hear it. It's always like, yeah, that was our fault. That was my fault for titling this play Ain't Too Proud.
But you did it for a reason. And it's so funny because I knew that. Because I watched it with you and I told myself, I'm not going to say it. And then it rolled off my tongue.
People can't help it. I know it's my fault. You blame me, please, and not yourself.
I wanted to take you all the way back. Why did you start writing? Like when you were first writing, even as a kid, why did you start writing?
Well, because I was a reader. I was an avid reader, and my mother read stories to me when I was young, when I would go to bed, or just not when I would go to bed. She was a teacher. She was a third grade teacher most of my life. And so she's a really good storyteller. And I fell in love with stories. And so I think, I became a writer because my imagination, I had a very big imagination, and writing was the place to hold it, And I think over time, my relationship to writing has changed and become many things, like all writers, writing is also your therapy, but it is, for me, it is a way to wrestle with the world, with my questions that I have about the world that I'm in. It's the space that can hold my most radical ideas and not judge me for them. And so I seek writing to find access to my boldest self.
When in your life, your young life, did you realize I have to do this for the rest of my life? Like, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life.
It's funny. I was a kid who wrote, and I've said this 100,000 times, but I used to have these Cabbage Patch dolls. And so I was obsessed with my Cabbage Patch dolls. And so when I would write my Cabbage Patch dolls into my stories. So I had these, I had like a trilogy, it was more than a trilogy. I don't even know how many versions of the Cabbage Patch Kid mysteries I wrote, but I had several Cabbage Patch Kid mysteries. And I would put them in the craziest situations. I mean, they were finding kidnapped children and bringing them back to their parents, they were doing a lot of things. And so I fell in love with writing very early. And when my classmates, I called myself the story pusher. When I passed my little booklets around, my little paper booklets that I would staple, to my classmates, to read the Cabbage Patch mysteries, and the way that they responded to it was like, oh my God, what else is gonna happen? When's the new Cabbage Patch mystery coming? I was like, oh, okay, I got something for you, and I'm gonna go back and write another one. And so that's when I fell in love with it, and I figured, oh, this is what I want to do. And I told my mother, when I was young, that I want to be a writer, an actress, and a child psychologist. Those were my three things I thought I wanted to be. And she was always like, good, because you're going to need a backup plan. And I said, yeah, child psychology will be my backup plan for acting and writing. Thanks. This is at 6 that I was talking like this, yeah.
You know, I think we know what we want, who we are when we're that age. Like if you go back and look at things you've asked for Christmas, those Christmas lists,
Yep.
or letters and notes you wrote to your friends, it's
right.
who you are when you were a little kid.
That's right. I had to call my mother recently. I asked her some questions about who I used to be, because I was like, I feel like, I do a lot of fighting in inside of my industry and outside of my industry in the world. I just do a lot of advocating. And I was like, with that, you can get a little burnout and a little sense of fatigue, and I called her to say, was I always, am I like, I need to know if fighting is in my DNA and what that means, because I think sometimes I am perceived to be more tough, or whatever, than I actually feel like I am, and so I said, I don't remember feeling like I was tough as a kid. I remember feeling like I was a lot of things, very emotional and sensitive. And my mom said, you were a tough cookie. And I was like, what I know? And she's like, yeah, you're like your dad. Because my dad was very activist focused and oriented. And she says, you're like your dad. You're tough on the outside and soft on the inside. And I was like, okay, yeah, that does sound like me. And so that sounds like who I've always been, and who better to tell you who you are than your mother, So I called her to find that out, because I felt like I need to know like where I'm at in my trajectory of my own self, like so that I can get a sense of balance for myself now.
What did you learn about activism from your dad?
Everything. I mean, it's funny enough, my father, he passed away in February of this year. Wow. And I've been rediscovering myself through writings of his. I have his hard drive where he journaled a lot. And I found lots of things. Once I found an article that he wrote about workers' rights. The headline of the article that my father wrote for a local union in Detroit, it said, "Workers are the power in this country." And everything he's writing about in that article, whether it's about Nicaraguan fishermen and our global impact on them, whatever he's talking about, he's talking about voting and why he feels like there needs to be a new emergence between Democrat and Republican. He feels like there needs to be something more focused on working people. Like he's just, the things he's saying, I was like, oh my God, it sounds like now. And he wrote it in like 1983, and then I literally just found a letter he wrote. I don't know why this is on my computer. He probably gave it to me to print or something. And it's a letter that he was writing to his church and to whomever, to potential donors of a Haitian orphan that he took under his wing. My father's Haitian. And when he would go back to Haiti with health clinics with doctors, and he would translate for them to serve like the most rural parts of Haiti, and he met an orphan there and wanted to help put this orphan through medical school. And so he I mean, I literally just found this 2 days ago, and he was writing this letter, my father's very intellectual, so it's like all this intellectual jargon, and then it gets to this part where he's like, and in case giving to this man's education isn't enough to compel you to give, perhaps I can appeal to your revolutionary spirit. And then he starts talking about how revolutionary an act it is to invest in someone like this man in this part of Haiti, and a place where he's relegated to being poor, and society is trying to make sure he stays that way. And I was just like, the things that he was writing, I was like, oh my God, like, dude, I'm this dude's daughter, if ever anything. Like this is just like, I feel like this must have seeped into my brain in ways that I was not aware of. This is like what subconscious truly means, I think,
Wow. Will all of this information, will this wind up in your work?
It already has, and it will continue to. My play Sunset Baby is very inspired by my father in a lot of ways. I mean, we had, as much as we got close in my adulthood, we had my father and I are just alike, and it took me a long time to be able to say that, so we're like this, and I had a fraught relationship with him growing up. And my play Sunset Baby is dealing with fraught relationship between a father and a daughter. It's way more fraught than me and my father, but it's very fraught, and but a revolutionary father. and a lot of the revolutionary ideas that the father in the play has, and also the fact that he recorded himself sharing his revolutionary ideas. My father did that. One of the best things my father has left us in his aftermath is his videos. He would record himself all the time. I have a video of him right now that I had found right before I wrote my play, Sunset Baby. I have a video of my father talking about the idea of himself running for city council or running for Congress. I think it was running for Congress. And he's just talking about the ways in which the political body works and how he believes in revolution. And it was just like, and when I saw it, I was like, when I saw it years ago, I got, watching a video of my father somehow made me feel closer to him than ever in person. It was like, when when you watch, like when somebody scratches their head or it's like, does this, his smallest gestures became really large to me. And I was like, wow, like my father, I'm knowing him way more intimately. It was way more intimate seeing him on video. And I got to understand his political mind and also his human fragility. And I captured that in my play Sunset Baby. I used some of those same videos, sort of borrow from that inspiration to use in my play where a father is talking to his daughter through video.
You've described your father's sense of activism. How do you describe your activism?
Progressing. I feel like my sense of activism is progressing for myself. It has shifted. It used to be that I thought having socially conscious art was activism, and then there was a time when I felt like, oh no, I'm not a real activist. The real activists are out there on the ground, and they're the humanitarians going, to third world countries and negotiating peace talks, and they're doing those things. I'm not that. So I'm just an activist-minded artist, So then I would call myself activist-minded. and then I started to, my work started to need, inside of the field that I work within, I've had to advocate and fight and do a lot of pushing to try to push my industry forward, through my own work and in the presentation of my work. If my work's going to be on this stage, it needs to be like this. We need to open up the doors to audiences like this. We need to change the way leadership looks like this, And in my pushing inside of my own field and pushing for others, and in my pushing for things on the street, and in my marching, and in my writing activist letters to governors long before you could do it by clicking a button, Mm-hmm. And when I used to literally write and mail letters to governors or emails, I realized I've come full circle with my definition of myself as an activist. And so now I'm fully, not only am I fully committed to calling myself an activist, but I'm fully committed to being an activist, particularly within my field. I'm fully committed to not just doing it on the page, but pushing for it in real life. Standing up for the things that I believe in ways in which I am holding real life people accountable, including myself, mm-hmm. for the harm that we can or cannot cause to society.
I was interviewing Billy Porter last night, and I asked him, what do the gatekeepers need to know, the predominantly white gatekeepers need to know? And he said this: the caste system has created a space where we as people of color are always on the bottom. We as the outsiders have to be able to be in positions of power so that we can usher in a different type of storytelling based on our history. We need to become the gatekeepers. What do you think is the biggest obstacle to people of color becoming gatekeepers?
Well, I think it's a few things. I think one of the biggest obstacles for that, for people of color becoming gatekeepers is one is on the side of white supremacist structure, not wanting to let go of its power, and how many people are not aware that they are upholding white supremacist structure in our society. And that looks like white people, that looks like people of color, all holding up white supremacy, right? That looks like white people who are afraid to transition power and who are unwilling to step down from power in order to, and who are also unwilling to cultivate power and leadership in others who don't look like them, but it also looks like fear of white people having to be under the authority of people of color. I think in this country, we're very used to white authority, and in white authority, be feeling like an ally. I want the power to be on my terms of how I support people of color instead of being on people of color's terms. Mm-hmm. Right? It's a very different thing, and so I say that's one barrier, and then the other barrier is I think people of color not recognizing how much we hold up white supremacist structure, how much we seek validation from that structure. And not just validation, like award or, but that too, but also we seek validation from it economically. We somehow have been obedient to the thinking in many ways that white supremacists, that we have been obedient to white supremacy, that somehow something that comes through that gaze or something that comes through that offering is better and can lead us to having the things that we want. So we do a less investing in ourselves and in our own ideas. And that's evidence. I mean, I hate to say this way, but it's also evidence. And it's like, we always want to do the Black version of a white something, let's all get together and do the Black version of this white show, of this white TV show, of this white play. And as if to say that, we want to prove that we can be just as good actors by doing, this white work as well. When there's a wealth of work within all of our very cultural canons, and you don't see other people doing that. So there's, even when we think that we're being subversive or we're going to be revolutionary, we're going to make this all Black. Why? Why are we doing that? Or we're going to put an all Latinx cast in our town. Or you could just, do some work that was written with their intention in the first place, but that we want to somehow always show that we are in literature, I think, in literary works and in theater. That to me is one of the places where white intellectual supremacy is held up the most. It is held up in theater and in literature, and so I don't think we're going to change it in systems of economics or anything else if we don't change it in the whole entire the mentality that we're creating through the art and the images that art creates, And so if we don't shift it in the art, we're not going to shift it in the rest of the culture.
Dominique, when was a time in your career that you hit an obstacle and you figured out a workaround?
Okay, many times. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm constantly figuring out workarounds. I was just figuring out, I literally was just figuring out a workaround today, calling some of my very powerful friends in the business who've been there before me and going, okay, how do I need to be thinking about this? But I think that I also, I'll tell you that I've hit roadblocks of my work being not received in the way that I would have liked, critically, or my work not being received, in the awarding circuit or, and I have just unplugged from, I have learned, to unplug from being an artist being predicated on approval, So like my ability to tell stories and be prolific in telling stories is I have the power to do that, and no one has the power to give me that. So it's my mental shifting is the biggest way. Those are the biggest hurdles for me, and I'm the only one who can really undo those hurdles. So I'm the only one who can remove those hurdles because I'm the only one who is obedient to that. So if someone says this is how you do something, and I don't kinesthetically agree, then I have to shift my brain at feeling that I have to be obedient to the way that they say this has to happen. And I think that I would like to see culturally us have a mental shift on thinking that there's only one way that there's only one way to do something. I literally had this thought. I'm just say this. I had this thought the other day. I was working on a project with artists, and the producers of this project, and the director, and I think about them, and I go, oh, I'm not supposed to talk directly to the artists. I shouldn't betray the director and the producers. I'm supposed to uphold like some covenant of talking only to the directors and the producers, and then I go, why? Who made that rule? Why am I not going to the people that will be directly impacted? Who is that serving? Oh, it serves the power structure. It doesn't serve me. It doesn't serve me to not talk down, to only talk up. Like, that doesn't serve me. That only serves people in the positions of power to stay in those very dominant positions of power. If we are truly trying to shift power, then we have to think about answering to the people and not always answering to the gatekeepers.
You're part of a small cohort, unfortunately, small cohort of women who've been produced on Broadway, Black women who've been produced on Broadway, Lynn Nottage, Katori Hall, the Tina Turner musicals. You wrote the book for that. And P-Valley, that's not Broadway, but that's just so good.
But it's fascinating. It's fabulous enough to mention. It's so this moment,
I know this is sort of a simplistic question. What is one thing that could change that would open the doors for Black women playwrights to get their work on Broadway? And I'm talking magic wand time. I'm, not realistic.
I think more. So first of all, there are Black producers on Broadway. Then there's also the Broadway League that should be opening its ranks. And I know that there's a start to that, and I think that they have more to do. But there's also and I think Black producers need I wanted to say have a seat at the table, but that there's something infantilizing about that I don't like. I rather say that Black producers in their relationships to theater owners theater owners should be investing in opening their doors to Black theater producers, right, to get shows on not only the Great White Way, but we kind of have to get off of just the Great White Way and move uptown, like the Apollo Theater has a really amazing space and they're opening up 2 new theater spaces. I think we have to get our brains away from like Broadway being the only model, and that's a model, and and there's more models, right? And so I'd like to see, I think the idea of more Black women getting produced, not just on Broadway, but just getting produced, means more Black producing leadership, and that those producers, when they bring their money, when they raise their money and their capital, that they're engaged with, because that's also a thing where a lot of Black producers are like the 3rd or 4th tier producer on a show. So their voice and their power is muted in comparison, to some of the larger producers. And so I think that they need to be the lead producers on commercially produced shows, and have a voice that counts. And artists need to participate and be producers inside of their shows, because a lot of times, it's like I always say that you always have a bunch of business people or a bunch of, people who are about capital, making decisions over the bodies of the creatives. And that should not be that's an imbalance of power. If artists are in the room, if the work is going to be out there in the world, if you're basically making your money off of the talents of these artists, and they have power positions at that table, not just a seat at the table, but they need to have a voice at that table, and be able to impact decisions around their own creative work. And so that to me will help open the door for more, not just more Black women writers, but just more writers of color in general. I mean, we have like a few in each category, you have like a couple of Black women Broadway writers, and Broadway to me is not a definer for me. I'm a woman on Broadway. I'm not like a Broadway person. I'm not like a Broadway playwright. I'm a playwright who's worked on Broadway, and so I think getting that out of our head, but also where are our Latinx women writers that we are, lifting up? Where are our Native American women writers? Like I think that there's muted voices of color all across our field that I think we need to be amplifying.
it's hard to separate this. If we can separate the horror of the pandemic, and we shouldn't forget it, but I just for the sake of this conversation, is there something that it can come out of this pandemic, how it has disrupted systems that could be beneficial down the road, that could really help create the kind of change you're talking about?
I think so. I mean, I'm not somebody who, funny enough, I've been listening to Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower on Audible. And that is the story of now, like nothing else I've read. I mean, frighteningly so. And her book was about the future, and we are upon the future that she was writing about. She was writing about 2024. And it's like 2020. And when I read this book in like 2010, it scared me because I was like, wow, that could happen. And now we're in 2020 and we're closer to her prophecy. So it's really terrifying. But I bring her up because one of the things that comes up in Parable of the Sower is this idea of not being in denial about the conditions that we're in. Mm-hmm. And instead of all, and so there's a young girl who's sort of like the leader of the book. She's a free thinker. She's renegotiating her relationship with the religion that she's been raised in. She's creating her own religion, which is already like taboo, and she's changing her thinking about what they're going to need to do socially, and no one is willing to get on board with her because what she says is terrifying. Right? like she's like, we need to have emergency packs, and we need to be learning how to garden, and we need to, things that we need to be thinking about. And, and she'll say like, we need to, have a exit strategy of how we're going to, when we're invaded upon, because we will be, what we're going to do and how we're going to move. And every time she brings it up to like her friends and her peers they're like, or things will go back to normal. That was the point, right? Society will go back to normal. And she said, I don't think that it will go back to normal. And I want to be, and I love this line. She says, I intend to survive. So I can't sit in here and be in this place of denial with you. So I say that to say, I think that to me, this moment of this pandemic is not like, let's just hurry up, let's just hold ourselves for the impact and then open our eyes when it's over and we can go back to normal. I don't think that's going to happen. I think very much like in Parable of the Sower, we are going to have to imagine a new thing. And we're going to have to watch some stuff tumble and crumble and to the ground. And it's going to be terrifying. It's terrifying to say that to people. So then we want to stop you from being negative. And then we do nothing. And I think that's the mentality that got us into where we are as a country right now. That idea of like, let's just close our eyes and go get back to the good old days. And some of these good old days were not good for a lot of people. For the majority of people, the good old days were not good. So that's not something to go back to. And I think that it's in this moment that we have an opportunity to go, well, if it's going to crumble, out of the crumbling, we stop there, most of us, and we stay in that space of it's crumbled, I don't know what to do, and we get crippled in our fear. And I think out of crumbling comes building, right? And so we can't be afraid to go through the crumble to get to the building. And we have to have longer vision about what we want to build. So this is a great moment because I do think we are going to build anew. And I always say, in the first, I think we're in the second civil rights movement in our country. And out of the first civil rights movement came the emergence of all these Black theaters emerging around the country and in Harlem. There was a Black arts movement and an explosion of a new way of thinking and a new idea and new institutions and organizations to come with it. And I think this is that moment again. Well, we will see. And then also out of that came Latinx theaters emerging around the country and Native American theaters emerging around the country. Out of this movement, we will see that happen again, And I think that rather than getting afraid of it, I think we need to get our imaginations need to open back up. And that's why I started with saying, as a kid, I had a strong imagination. And inside of that imagination, I could conceive of my amazing possibilities for myself. And I didn't have a no in my brain to say that wasn't going to happen. As I got older, people tell you no, and I started to believe them. But out of myself, I did not have a no button. The answer was yes every time I came up with something, And so I think we have to get back to that, our imagination, when I talk to some of my on the ground activist friends who are out here, in Minneapolis, who are like leaders of organizations and leaders of movements, and they talk about, I had one friend talk to me about defunding the police. Her name is Sydney Harriday, and she's on the ground artist in Minneapolis and activist. And I said, can you talk me through, because like someone like my mother, or that's a really hard concept for like the average everyday person, even the ones who want to see policing stop, this police violence stop. Mm-hmm. That's a hard one for them to get their heads around. And she said the word imagination. What can we imagine in place of that, right? And I thought, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that's hard. Change means that we have to tap into our imagination. And most of our imaginations have been beaten out of us, and so I do think it's the job of the artist to help society get back in touch with its imagination.
It's interesting you said you went back to a child, because I have a friend who's got a small business and he's doing okay. And I said, what's going on? How are you doing this? And he said 3 things: back to basics, don't be a snob, and look for opportunity.
Yeah.
And that is how, and he's a creative person, he's been able to sort of rethink, like the fabulous life is gone, but I'm doing what I love to do again, and I'm looking for other ways to do it.
That's right. And this is the time to invent. Innovation comes from imagination, creativity. That is how we have innovation. And this is the time for innovation. So I encourage everyone, start imagining the greatest things you can, like get back in touch with yourself, and this is the time to do that while you also shift your thinking, open your mind up, shift your thinking and be unafraid instead of sitting still and be in paralysis from fear. Find a way to be active in your fear, find a way to look your fear in the face and walk right into it instead of, I'm afraid, so I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna try to go. You can't go around fear. It's gonna find you. I know you try to make a left turn. Fear knows that route. Fear is the GPS, to be clear. Fear is the GPS. It's already inside your system and it knows all the rerouting. You will get there. You're gonna have to face it somewhere or another. So I intend as an artist and as a woman to survive. And so I'm going to face it.
That's such a beautiful place to end. Dominique Morisseau, thank you so much for being with us. You were inspiring. Gonna go out and be imaginative right now.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, I keep discovering stuff, from my father, and I realize I am my father's daughter, and I get to carry on the torch of his revolutionary dream, and I'm gonna do it. Like if I feel very purpose in that. It gives me nothing but peace. And frankly, I don't know, somehow losing my father and feeling tasked with to carry on his vision for the world, I feel it gives me fearlessness in that way.
Maybe whoever needed to hear this tonight is hearing it.
I hope so.
And they'll keep going forward. That's what we hope.
I hope so.
Dominique, take care of yourself. Be well.
Thank you. You too, Alison. Thank you for the interview.
That was fantastic. Dominique, thank you so much for answering the call, for joining us today and sharing your story. Well, folks, we've had a full day of workshops, panel conversations, interviews, discussions, all meant to help you harness your power for change. We sat with 3 queer Black feminists to understand what it means to find your political home. We were able to join with organizations like For Freedoms and the Brennan Center to find creative ways for change making in 2020 and beyond, and to inform ourselves about how to show up for this election. And we sat with some noted authors, poets, playwrights, and thinkers to really get an in-depth view as to what it means to be a creative in this day and age. I hope that each of you takes the inspiration that you found today and find a real way to mobilize in your community, to act, to learn, to grow. We are less than 6 weeks until the 2020 election, but the one thing we do know is that this contentious world doesn't begin or end on November 3rd. And the organizing that we do, that we continue to do, will follow far beyond this next election. I wish you all the best. Thank you for joining us. And on behalf of the Public Forum team, thank you to everyone at the Public Theater who had a hand in supporting today's summit. Take care.